So, kids, we are live. Welcome to my TED Talk on the origin of life. Is it possible for those few of you who are in the chat, can you give me a 1 in order to tell me that the audio is correct? And I'll wait for those 1s before I get on with this lecture, which is coming soon. In the meantime, let me just waffle a bit about the fact that I'm wearing today. I'm wearing a suit, and the thing is, I feel like a right pillock for wearing a suit. But the thing is that people say to me, Thomas, why don't you wear a suit more often? Why don't you wear a suit more often? And so I thought, okay, finally I'll wear it. You know, I'll do a video wearing a suit. And I look like an absolute fucking pillock. And the reason I look like an absolute fucking pillock, for one reason, it's because I'm just in my own house. You know, I'm not out and about, you know, or in some posh studio. So that's one thing. But the main reason you look like a pillock, or I look like a pillock wearing a suit, is because, you know, I'm not a successful person. To wear a suit, you have to be a successful person. You know, because especially, you know, if women see you in a suit, they kind of think, you know, they're then expecting that you're doing very well in life. And if you are still living with your parents at the age of 46, if you're entirely dependent on your mother and father for your income, as I am, you know, it's all a bit silly. But so I was going to take it off. I have actually taken the pants off. I took the pants off. And I've just got tracksuit bottoms on. So I feel better for having done that. And I might change halfway through because I just feel like a plonker. I feel like I've got imposter syndrome. But anyway, listen, thank you to those in the chat. Rory White, thank you for telling me that you can hear the audio. Hello, Grief. Good evening. If anyone else would like to give me a 1, just so I know, because I worry that the audio doesn't work. And that I'm going to make this long lecture, this long TED Talk, and then find out at the end that the sound quality is poor. So if anyone else in the chat would like to tell me that the sound is good, can you please put a 1 in the chat, and that will allay my fears. Thank you very much. Thanks, Grief, for telling me the sound is good. Given all of this, then, I think it's time that begins. So what am I going to do? Thank you, Mungo658, for telling me that the audio is fine. What am I going to do in this lecture, this YouTube lecture? What I'm going to do to you is hopefully explain the origin of life. So let's kick off. Let's move on to slide 2. I want to say something first, because this thesis is not finished, and it probably won't be finished, unfortunately, until 20 years' time. In which case you might ask me, why bother presenting it now? Because to be honest, I don't like presenting anything until I've dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. It's not in my nature to make things public. I'm very secretive until I've kind of worked out everything and I'm absolutely confident of myself. It's only really then that I like to present things to the public. That's always been my way of thinking, way of doing things. So why present it now? Well, there's 2 reasons. First of all, you know, when I started this project in 2019, it was meant to be, I was trying to work out how epigenetics fitted in with neo-Darwinism. And I thought it would last a year. I genuinely thought it would last a year. And like I said, I began in 2019. And 5 years later, 6 years later, 7 years later, it's still nowhere near to being finished. In fact, I can say now it will not be finished until, you know, another 20 years or something. You know, I've written about 17 or 18 books, but it's probably going to be 40 books in total. So there's still a long way to go. So I think the issue is, so one reason why I want to come and tell you some stuff is simply that a lot of the ideas that I'm going to tell you about today were formulated a long time ago. They were formulated a long time ago, and I feel like if I don't advertise the fact I found these things out, it's a bit, well, it's wrong, or I'm not doing myself a favor. So to some extent, I want to say, look, these are all things which I sort of concluded several years ago. So that's one reason. The second reason is that I am naive enough to think that if people come and see this talk and have a look at it, they will think, oh, Thomas Baden-Riess is actually quite clever, because oftentimes in this clown world in which we live, I do have serious problems in trying to convince people that I'm an intelligent person. So I'm naive enough to think that if I put this out there, people might take me a bit more seriously. But as I say, it's probably a naive idea. Let me move on. What can I say about the ideas I'm going to present today? When should they be accepted? Because here's the problem I've come to. I'm advertising that I've solved the origin of life, but maybe it's not presumptuous. But as I say, I haven't finished the project. And what would be in theory the criterion that modern science would require in order to accept my thesis? Well, here's the thing. For modern science to truly accept my thesis, it's going to be necessary for me to unify physics. So I will understand that I will always have detractors until I've used my thesis to unify physics. And I mean in the mathematical sense. Now, let me just be clear. I'm sort of halfway to unifying physics in the conceptual sense. I'm sort of halfway along the road to using my thesis to unify physics in terms of understanding gravity, electromagnetism, the quantum stuff. So I'm halfway along the road to unifying physics in a conceptual sense. But it's another thing altogether after that. It is another thing entirely altogether after that to come up with some equation which, under the right circumstances, becomes Einstein's equations and by extension Newton's equations, and also the equations of electromagnetism and the equations which relate to the quantum world. That's a massive tall order. Honestly, I'm really not sure I'll ever get there. It might be that someone, a proper maths genius, can look at my work and do the mathematics. And at that point, when my thesis might theoretically have been used to unify physics in the mathematical sense, I think that modern scientists should then say, yes, that kind of proves it. Or if they want to be philosophical, maybe they have a right to say, no, it doesn't. So the point is that we're still a long way, or I'm still a long way, for having the necessary thesis in place where I can take it to modern classical scientists and say, do you accept this? Of course, it's that there's then no guarantee that they would accept it. But the point I'm trying to make is that at this point in time, also, I wouldn't accept my thesis. I wouldn't accept my thesis until physics has been unified in the mathematical sense. But I'll come back to this matter at the end, because Max Planck, I think it was, who once famously said, "Science proceeds one funeral at a time," and unfortunately, when you come up with new ideas, it's not really a case that anyone does accept them. It's just a case that the old guard of scientists die off, and the space is available for new people with new ideas. I'll come back to that matter at the end. Let's continue. So, having rambled on for a good 8 minutes there, I really want to get into things. And let me just say this. This video is a taster session for my work. So, if you're gonna, some of you might say that doesn't make sense, or this doesn't make sense. Well, maybe that's because I'm just trying to give you a quick taster. I'm trying to tease out some of the best bits, some of the best tidbits from the thesis, which might sort of open your minds and interest you. It's not, I'm not bringing full proofs to the table of everything. And I'm, because this is just a video, it's a taster session. The way I will do things is that I'm going to summarize the ideas first so that we get to the point straight away, and then I'll try and deepen them. And that's an important thing to say, because as someone at the University of Bath once said, the way this lecturer teaches things is that he gives, instead of when he does a theorem, he doesn't then give the proof straight away. What he does first is he gives an idea of the proof. And the point about giving an idea of what the proof is to have a sort of, is to not get bogged down in technicalities, but rather to give the underlying intuitive reasons as to why X, Y, and Z is true. Because often if you've done mathematical theorems and you've looked at mathematical proofs, there's technicalities. There's technicalities involved in these businesses which kind of just get in the way of the pure intuitive understanding. And that's why I'm saying my way of teaching today will be to try and summarize the ideas as quickly as possible. And then after that, we'll deepen them. So anyway, with that in mind, let's get going. So there's two huge ideas that I want to get into your head, which are associated, which are, let's say, cornerstones to my thesis. The first one is this. So I hope you can see that I've got on this diagram, I've got the Earth and a star, and the Earth is sending atoms to the star, and the star is sending photons to the Earth. And this is a cornerstone of what goes on in the universe, which explains so many of the phenomenon we see. So what I'm trying to say here is that the Earth and a star are in a neutralization process. They are in a neutralization process in which the Earth sends atoms to the star and the star sends photons back to the Earth. And for those of you who know something like diffusion or osmosis, well, what I'm saying is that what's going on here is something similar. The Earth is sending atoms to the star, and in return, the star is sending photons to the Earth. And it is a neutralization process, and I'll come to that a little later. Some of you will be saying, well, yes, Thomas, I know that stars send photons of light to the Earth, but does Earth really send atoms to stars? I say yes, but this is the cornerstone. This is the cornerstone of what I'm telling you. This is the cornerstone, sorry, of understanding the universe, that the Earth and a star, or the Earth and the stars, are in a neutralization process in which they exchange particles, with the Earth sending atoms to the stars and the stars sending photons to the Earth in return. As I say, neutralization process is like diffusion or osmosis. I'll explain it in more detail shortly. Now, here's the thing then. So if we go back, let's just go back to our diagram. Atoms leave the Earth and move to the star. And along the way, the atoms form into objects. Why do the atoms form into objects? Well, it's the laws of physics, and I'll come to this bit later. The laws of physics means that atoms don't like to be individuals. They like to come together in a group, and they like to form an object. So atoms do not like to move individually. They like to be in large groups, and that means that atoms form objects. So actually, we can say the Earth is sending atoms to the star and photons come back, but in reality, the Earth is sending objects to the star, and the star is sending photons back. So here's another important caveat, right? Because if we look at this diagram, the Earth is sending atoms to the star, which I've just said is sending objects to the star. And if you look at the arrow, I'm sort of implying that the objects or the atoms move in a straight line. They move from Earth to star, from A to B, as the crow flies. Okay, so according to this diagram, in this process, the Earth sends atoms and objects of atoms to the star, and they seem to go in a straight line as the crow flies. However, it's more complicated than that. It's more complicated than that because objects travel to stars in a very convoluted way, like a hammer throw in athletics. Now, let me just, do you all know what a hammer throw is in athletics? You know, you get a hammer throw where you get some big guy from Hungary or Finland, and he gets the hammer in his hand and he stands at one end of the athletics field and he swings it around and around and around, and he swings it around and he swings it around. Can someone clip this bit and make me look like Edward Dutton? He swings it around and around and around and around, and then finally, fling, he lets it go. So that's the hammer throw in athletics. The hammer thrower swings the hammer around and around and around and around and around, and then fling, it finally moves from one end of the athletics field to the other. So why is this relevant to us? Because let's go back. Let me go back to the diagram. I'm saying that atoms move from the Earth to the star, but they don't actually move in a straight line. They move like the hammer does in athletics. The atoms go around and around and around and around and around and around the Earth until finally, fling, they get flinged over to the star. Understand? Again, the atoms do not travel directly from the Earth to the star. Instead, the atoms go around and around and around and around. They go around and around and around and around, and then finally, fling, they move across. They move across to the star. So that's another important thing. So yes, let me just explain this then, because some of you might be saying, because let me go back to it. Here's my big claim. My claim is that Earth sends atoms to stars, and that actually these atoms form into proper objects. So my claim is that the Earth sends objects to stars. To which some of you might be saying, does it really? I didn't see the Earth send any objects to stars. Well, I mean, we do send rockets, right? Rockets are at least going in the right direction towards the stars. But otherwise, you might be saying, Thomas, the Earth does not send objects to the stars. But here's the thing, because what have I just told you about? I've told you about the hammer throw movement. And so here's the thing. Let me just cut to the chase. Every object on the surface of the Earth is secretly going to the stars. And that doesn't matter whether we're talking about human objects or biological objects, you know, animals, plants. It doesn't matter whether they're talking about houses or cars or computers or jumpers or kitchen roll or taps. They're all going to the stars. However, unlike the rocket, which is pretty much going in a beeline, everything else simply goes around and around and around and around and around and around the Earth. And then one day, eventually, it will, you know, the hammer will be let go and these objects will go to the stars. So does this make sense? Maybe not, but because look, some of you will be saying, right, let's just try and clear this up. Some of you will be saying, Thomas, I know what a house is. My house does not move. Well, actually, houses do move. Houses move through space. They form this big circle through space in 24 hours. Why? Because the Earth spins. Classical scientists tell us that the Earth spins. And because of that, your house is moving very quickly through space all the time. It is moving very quickly through space, and in the period of 24 hours, it will follow out a path which will form a big circle in space. Does everyone understand this? I feel like I'm complicating something which is very easy to understand. But you know, from a normie perspective, people might say, my house never moves. What are you talking about, Thomas? Well, actually it does. Your house moves through space. It moves through space to a ridiculous extent because it's on top of the Earth and the Earth is spinning around. And so that means if you trace out the path through space that your house makes every 24 hours, you come up with a huge fucking circle in space. And this circle has the same, you know, it's the same size as planet Earth. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? It's really not hard. Houses move through space every 24 hours. They do this They form this big circle through space because they're on top of the Earth, and the Earth, just like a merry-go-round, is spinning and spinning and spinning. But anyway, there's a subtlety in all of this, however. So what I'm saying is, normies will say houses do not move. Those of us who've studied science well understand that because the Earth spins, the house traces out a path through space, which is a circle, and which it completes this path every 24 hours. And what I've shown you here is a loop. So if you look on the slide, on the diagram, I've drawn a loop. And that is what classical scientists will say is the path traced out by a house on planet Earth every 24 hours. However, what I say is that actually the house is tracing out a spiral. The house is tracing out a spiral. So every time the house does one revolution, or every day, the house goes round and round and round. But when it comes back to the starting point, it's actually moved a little bit further out towards the stars. And thus the path that it traces out is secretly a spiral. It's a very tight spiral. It's a ridiculously tight spiral, to the point you would think that the path of the house through space is just a loop. But what I'm saying, what my thesis is saying, is that actually, secretly, every time, every 24 hours, when the house comes back to the point in space where it began 24 hours earlier, it's actually moved slightly further away from the Earth and closer to the stars. So again, classical scientists will say that a house follows out the path of a circle, and this forms a closed circular loop, and the house goes around on this loop every 24 hours. But what I'm saying is that actually every 24 hours, when the house is coming back to the position that it started from, it's actually moved just a little bit further away from the Earth and just a little bit closer to the stars. And therefore, the path that it is secretly tracing out is a spiral path. It's tracing out a spiral path. But it's a very fucking tight spiral. And it's so fucking tight, you'd probably think it was a loop. Anyway. So listen, I don't want to get bogged down. What I'm saying is, can everyone understand? I'm saying that the Earth and the star are in a neutralization process. Photons come from the star. The Earth sends atoms to the stars. And this, I'm saying, is a neutralization process similar to diffusion or osmosis. And guess what? It explains everything that you see on planet Earth. Because once we understand that once we understand that the atoms moving from the Earth to the star form objects, and once we understand that these objects don't travel in a straight line, but that they move to the star in this convoluted way where they go round and round and round and round and round the Earth, and then finally, like a hammer, they're thrown across to the stars, we basically understand everything that's going on planet Earth. Really, it's as simple as this. And that's why biological objects appear on the planet of the Earth. So it's why you get monkeys and tigers and giraffes and fish. It's why you get Nemo parvini. But really, it is. But it's also why you get cars and houses. Everything can be explained from this ridiculously simple process, which, like I say, if you know what diffusion or osmosis is, you'll have a good idea of what I'm talking about. So anyway, someone's commenting on my jacket. I gave a long lecture at the beginning about how ridiculous I look in a suit. If you go back to the beginning, you'll see me talking about the ridiculousness of a man like me wearing a suit. The commentator actually is Oliver Haste. Oliver Haste wears very fashionable suits, but he's got the money. He's got the money to be able to dress like that. I don't. This is what I'm saying. Because people often say to me, Thomas, why don't you dress up, wear a suit? Because then people think you've got money. And if you're actually just a bloody idiot who at 46 years of old is still living, 46 years of age is still living at home with his parents, you kind of just, you're not, you're acting like a fraud. Anyway, let's go. So let me just mention this important point, because this is a really ridiculously important point. Light does not move off in random directions. Now, in classical science, I do believe that you have this idea that when light comes off a star, or when light comes off any object, it kind of just goes off in any random direction, as if to say, oh, I just, I'm a photon of light. I think, oh, I'll just go this way. No, and I'm a bit pissed, so I'm just going to go this way, mate. And I'm another photon of light, and I'm also pissed, so I'm just going to fucking go in this direction. That seems to be the classical science interpretation of how light moves. It just kind of goes off in random directions, which it's another one of these things that when you suddenly start to question it, you think that doesn't really make sense. And in my thesis, this is not true. It's not true. To get light from a star or from an object, we have to exchange streams of atoms with it. So this is very important. If I'm seeing a star, it's because I'm sending atoms to that star. If I'm seeing a glass of water, it's because I'm sending atoms or streams of atoms. I'll explain what streams are. I haven't done that, but I'm sending atoms to that glass and getting light in return. So always in this process, if you want to get light from an object, which in real terms means to see that object, you have to send it something in exchange. And human beings typically send atoms of carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and some others towards said object. But this is very important. Light does not just fall off objects in random directions. If you are to receive light from an object, you have to send atoms to that object first, or in exchange. And by the way, I should come to this bit later, but yet no, this might have some importance for the dark matter problem. I don't know enough about the dark matter problem, so I'm not going to comment here. But it's as soon as I came across this idea, I realized, I thought to myself, oh, does this help understand the dark matter problem? Because again, what I'm saying is, just because an object exists doesn't mean you can see it. Because in order to get light from said object, in order to see it, you're going to have to send atoms to said object. So it's very possible that there are objects out there in the universe that we don't see. And the reason we don't see them is because they don't send light to us. And the reason they don't send light to us is that we don't send atoms to them. Let me come now to the second huge idea of my thesis. So I told you the first idea. Here is the second one. And it comes to this. What is the most important unanswered question in biology? What is the most important unanswered question in biology? Which clever student can tell me, what is the most important unanswered question in biology? To be honest, there's a few. And actually, some of you might say there's hundreds. But I think there are certainly a few key questions. And one of the most fundamental ones for me, which I wasn't really aware of until I was, doing research on epigenetics. But one of the most fundamental for me is this. Why is it that every day gazillions of cells in the human body break down and die and are replaced by identical cells? Why does this happen? Let me repeat for anyone who's hard of hearing. Every day in the human body, gazillions of cells die. But it's okay because they're replaced by gazillions of virtually identical cells. And this doesn't just happen in humans, it happens in elephants and all animals and plants as well. Every day, gazillions of cells die, and then are replaced by virtually identical cells. It reminds me of a Steve Wright joke. Steve Wright was an American comedian, or is an American comedian. And he had this joke where he said, I came back from the pub the other night and I found that all of my furniture had been stolen and then replaced by identical copies of my furniture. I think I've maybe butchered that joke a bit. But the point, you know, he's saying he comes back home, all of his furniture is gone, it's been stolen, but luckily it's been replaced, you know, by identical copies of his furniture. And so that's a funny joke. Trust me, that is a funny joke. I didn't tell it very well, but it reminds me of this situation in biology where we have this ridiculous, it's unbelievably ridiculous situation in which every day gazillions of cells in the human body die, and then they're replaced by gazillions of new cells which are virtually identical. It's kind of crazy, right? So how do we solve this problem, or what is its significance? So here's my idea. Here's a river. Here is a river or a stream. Let's suppose that one day the stream shifts in its tracks, right? So let's suppose the stream shifts, and the left, it shifts inwards on the left side and then outwards on the right side. Would anyone be puzzled by that? Would anyone think, oh my God, what's going on? Would anyone say, oh my God, the left side of the river has just died and vanished? And then on the right side of the river, an entirely new bit of water has appeared. An entirely new bit of water has appeared magically out of thin air. No one would say that. Everyone would just say the stream has shifted from the left to the right. No one would say the water on the left side of the stream has vanished and then some new water on the right side has magically appeared. And so I think this relates to the issue of the cells. So let me just show you how to understand this. So here's my conjecture. Every atom is actually a stream of atoms moving through the position of said atom close to the speed of light. So again, every atom, if you just go and look in a biology textbook, or go and look in a chemistry textbook, and go and look at it, fix your eyes on one of the atoms. And what I'm saying is, it's not really one atom. That's just the appearance we get. Secretly, what that one atom is an entire stream of atoms which are moving through the position of said atom close to the speed of light. Here is a brilliant diagram that I've prepared in order to show you. So let me just see that everything is working on the screen. Okay, that seems okay. So here's a diagram I've got. So up above here, if we just look at the top of the screen, I've got an atom with an X on it. And then down beneath you, I've shown what's really happening, which is that we've got an entire stream of atoms, gazillions of atoms, which are moving through the position occupied by the atom with the X on it. And they're moving at great speed, which is something close to the speed of light. Which seems, you might say, well, what's the purpose of this? I don't get it. Why would you say that one atom is secretly a stream of atoms? So it's a long, long stream of atoms, which are moving so fast you don't see them. And I guess which are moving so fast that it gives us the effect that we're actually just looking at one atom, one stationary atom. Well, the point is that it then helps answer the question about why every day in the human body, gazillions of cells die and they are replaced by identical cells. Because what I'm saying is, in the same way that the river shifts from the left side to the right side, all that's really happening is, if you think of the human body as being made up of atoms, what I'm saying is that these atoms are really streams of atoms. And these streams are going to shift in space. And when these streams shift in space, it will appear as if a load of cells died off or disappeared. And then it will also appear like some new cells sort of appeared out of nowhere and just, grew on the spot or grew very rapidly. But the point is that if you think of it in terms of shifting streams of atoms, all of this is very easy to understand. So here's a diagram I've stolen. Thank you to everyone who's contributed diagrams to this TED Talk, by allowing me to steal them off the internet without appropriation. What I'm trying to say. Thank you in any case to everyone who's given me these diagrams. This, I believe, is a caffeine molecule you can see. And again, what I'm saying is, in this caffeine molecule, pick any one of the molecules. There's some carbons there, there's some oxygens there. Pick on one of them. And what I'm saying is, it's actually secretly a stream of atoms which are running through that spot. So if we just look at this carbon atom here, what I'm saying is it's gazillions and gazillions and gazillions of carbon atoms which are speeding through that single carbon atom at the speed of light. And again, they're moving so fast that we don't see them, and they're moving so fast that we essentially just have the effect of seeing one carbon atom. So they're moving so fast that we don't see them. They're moving so fast that we think, oh, it's just one carbon atom. But actually, it's an entire stream of them. So many of them, gazillions of atoms streaming through that point at close to the speed of light. So here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, right? Because I'm saying that every atom that you see is secretly a stream of atoms. But I can also tell you, we can also find out what the stream paths are. So let me show you DNA. We're going to look at DNA, and I'm going to show you how to look at DNA in a totally novel and a new way. So here's a DNA molecule. It's unfortunately not very clear because I really wanted them to show the carbon atoms in this diagram. So I'm looking at the diagram, not the one on the left, but the one on the right. I'm looking at the diagram on the right. And you can see many oxygen atoms there. You can see many nitrogen and also hydrogen atoms there. Unfortunately, it doesn't show the carbons. So again, just to be clear, if I was really clever or had any talent for making diagrams, I would have made some better fucking diagrams to explain all of this. Unfortunately, I'm shit at those kind of things, so we're stuck with this. But what I want you to do is just come to the bottom of the screen. Come to the bottom of the screen, and I want you to come to. So we're on the right side of the screen. We're looking at the right side of the screen, and then I want you to come to the bottom right. But then I want you to come to the left side of the second diagram. I want you to come to the bottom of the DNA. And what I want you to do is I want you to move from the bottom up towards the top. Okay, I want you to move from the bottom up to the top. So this is the DNA. We're just going to focus on one side of it, and we're going to move from the bottom of the DNA up to the top. What do you see? You see oxygen, 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 oxygen. That's the O's. Do you see them? Again, go to the bottom of the DNA strand. So we're on the diagram on the right-hand side of the page, and we're at the bottom of the page, and then we're going to go to the left of the diagram. We're going to go from the bottom of the DNA upwards, and we're going to see oxygen, 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 oxygen. And that's because that is a stream of oxygen, or maybe it's two streams of oxygen, but let's just call it a stream of oxygen. So one thing that we notice about DNA is we immediately see that it is composed on one side of a stream of oxygen, let's jump to the opposite side of the DNA. If we go to the opposite side of the DNA at the far side of the screen, so let's go to the right side of the screen and to the bottom, what do we have again? So we're going to move up the DNA. We're going to see oxygen, 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 oxygen. So we see oxygen everywhere. We see oxygen everywhere. So this is the second stream of oxygen. So if you look at DNA, on the two edges of DNA, we see two streams of oxygen. Now they're not streams of oxygen, or that rather they're the pathways along which the streams go, because we can't see the streams. The streams are going way too fast. So we can't actually see the streams, but we see the stream pathways. We see this is like a trace of left by the streams, which allow us to deduce where the streams are. But the point is, on either side of the DNA, we have two sets of streams, and they are oxygen, 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 oxygen. Okay, now come inside a bit. So if we come inside the stream of oxygen, what do we see? Well, I see there a nitrogen stream. So if we start at the bottom and go upwards, we see nitrogen, 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 nitrogen. And then if we go to the other side, of the DNA, again, you can start at the bottom, find yourself a nitrogen, and then you can just move up, finding, other nitrogens, which are basically more or less, just moving along the length of the DNA. So if we start at the bottom of the DNA and we go up, we find nitrogen, 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 nitrogen. And, because of this convention in chemistry that you don't show carbons, this diagram doesn't quite make it clear. But if we start at the bottom of the DNA strand and we find a carbon which is somewhere in the middle of the DNA, we can then move upwards and say carbon, 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 carbon. So what do I want to say? You've heard so much about DNA. Everyone knows what DNA is kind of these days. It's very famous. Everyone knows what DNA is. And you'll have heard things like, oh, it's the double helix structure, etc., etc. I want you to forget all of this. And just see DNA as basically being a stream of oxygen, 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 and then a stream of nitrogen, 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 and then a stream of carbon, 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 then a second stream of carbon, 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 then another of nitrogen, 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 and then another of oxygen, 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 oxygen. Now, true, these individual streams are going to intertwine a bit. But the point I'm saying is that my formula is very, very simple. It's like one of those ice creams where you get chocolate flavor, raspberry flavor, and vanilla flavor. There's only really three major ingredients to DNA as I see it: oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon. So again, I'm gonna say it. Go back home. When you get back home tonight, get some DNA out. Okay, so get some DNA out, and then completely unwind it so it's like a piece of string. And if you start at the bottom, you will find some oxygen, and you will be able to go along the string, and you'll sort of see a line of oxygen. So from the bottom, you'll find an oxygen molecule, and then you go along the DNA, and you will be able to see oxygen, 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 oxygen. And then go back to the bottom of the DNA and find a nitrogen, and then move along the length of the DNA, finding nitrogen, 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 nitrogen. And again, go to the bottom of the DNA and find a carbon atom, and then move along the length of the DNA, finding carbon, 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 carbon. I like to repeat these things to try and make sure I'm getting the point across. So that's that. That's DNA. And DNA is a great DNA. It's not just that I'm saying that any individual atom in a DNA molecule is a stream of atoms moving at the speed of light that pass through the position of said atom. It's not just that. I'm also saying that when we look at the DNA, we can literally see the stream paths. Because if we come to the bottom of the DNA, we find a stream of oxygen. If we come to the other side of the DNA, and we move from bottom to top of the DNA, we find a stream of oxygen. And inside we find a stream of nitrogen, and another stream of nitrogen, and a stream of carbon, and perhaps another stream of carbon. So that's that. There's also a stream of phosphorus. What about the hydrogen? Okay, this is a bit different because hydrogen, the Earth does not send hydrogen to the stars. The Earth does not send hydrogen to the stars. So all the hydrogen here on Earth is kind of just here to stay. Hydrogen kind of just forms like a ring around the Earth. And therefore, if we go to the picture of the DNA, when you see hydrogens in the DNA molecule, they are not streaming in the same direction as the oxygen, the carbon, the nitrogen, and the phosphorus. No, they are streaming at right angles. So the nitrogen atoms are streaming at right angles to the oxygen, the carbon, the nitrogen, the phosphorus. So the carbon, the oxygen, the nitrogen, the phosphorus, they move from one end of the DNA along the DNA to the other end of the DNA. The hydrogen, on the other hand, moves across the DNA. So the hydrogen is moving across the DNA. Hydrogen is not on the same journey to the stars that the oxygen and carbon and nitrogen and phosphorus of DNA is. Streams of X is short for streams of atoms of X. So in what follows, you'll hear me talk about streams of carbon. What I really mean is streams of atoms of carbon. So that's a shorthand which I often use. How do I know? So that's the second big important idea of my thesis, which I call stream theory. That's the second huge idea. How do I know that streams exist? Because what I'm telling you is when you see an atom, it's not really an atom. It's actually a stream of gazillions of atoms moving through the position occupied by said atom. It's something like the speed of light. So how do I know any of this is true? Well, I don't. I don't know it's true, but two things. First of all, if this is true, it helps us explain why it is that every day in human beings and in every other biological object, gazillions of cells die and are replaced by newly created cells. That's one thing. The second thing is that if we accept that stream theory is true, or if you go with that idea, you kind of suddenly are able to explain a whole load of other things, like, for example, memory, imagination, dreams as well, etc. But lots of other things too. But that said, look, it's a conjecture, and maybe someone can do an experiment and show that there are no streams. At which point, I think I will just say, well, it's a useful theoretical tool which helps us understand things, even if it's not true. But if you are a big detractor of this idea, I will say to you, how do you answer this question? Why is it that every day in the human body, gazillions of cells break down and are replaced by gazillions of identical cells, which are virtually identical? How do you explain that? What's your rationale for that? But anyway. So that then is the two big ideas, and everything I'm going to do now is just going to be expanding on those ideas. Let me have a drink of water. So yes, let's continue then to expand on these ideas. How do stars and planets form? How do stars and planets form? Well, you know, we were given an explanation in high school about how stars form. Oh, but before I come on to that, let me just talk about this. Because, okay, this is where I really screwed up. Because I was meant to buy an orange and then cut it into slices. What you're looking at on your screen is the best image I could get from the internet at short notice, which shows an orange which has been cut into horizontal slices, and then the horizontal slices have been stacked on top of each other in order to, you know, basically to recover the original orange. Except in this fucking picture, there's too many fucking slices there. But I was going to show you, I was going to get an orange, I was going to cut it into horizontal slices, but then I was going to stack the slices on top of each other, so that you basically, you know, if you're looking at this orange from a distance, you think it's an untouched orange. And it's only when you get close to it that you see it's actually being cut up into horizontal slices. Does everyone know what I'm talking about? I should have got a fucking orange. Because then this would be easy to explain. But again, let me just repeat. Take an orange, cut it into horizontal slices, stack those slices on top of each other, and you can fool a lot of people if they're looking at that orange from a distance that the original orange is perfectly intact and you haven't really cut it into horizontal slices. What's the point? Well, I want you to imagine that the Earth is, you know, ostensibly the Earth looks like an orange, right? But actually, in reality, it is a stack of orange slices. Understand the difference? I want you to, you know, a star ostensibly is like an orange, but in reality, it's actually like a stack of orange slices. And if we want to study the Earth, and if we want to study the stars, and if we want to study their relationship, it is enough to take one of the slices out of the Earth and one of the slices out of the star and just look at those two things. So we can just, if we look at the Earth and we think of it as an orange, take one of the slices of the orange out. And if you look at a star and you think of it as an orange, take one of the slices of that orange out. And then it is enough after that to think about the Earth being a slice of orange and the star being a slice of orange. I think I might have lost people on this. What I'm saying is this. In what follows, we're just going to think in two dimensions. And then afterwards, if you want to understand things in 3 dimensions, you just have to remember that the Earth is just a stack of orange slices. And the stars are just a stack of orange slices. This is important, by the way, because some of you will be saying the galaxy is 3-dimensional. The universe is 3-dimensional. That's what you'll be saying. But actually, the thing about the galaxy is that it's 2-dimensional, really. Or at least put it like this. The most important, if you know what's going on in one, like the most important things that go on sort of go on in 2 dimensions. But anyway, I don't want to get bogged down in this stuff because it's not really that important actually in the, you know, in regards to this talk. So let's move on, or let's go back to the question. How do stars and planets form? So as I say, all of what we're doing now is just in 2 dimensions. Now, if we think about high school physics, what did the teachers tell you about how stars form? Because what I remember is this. I remember the teachers telling us that in the universe, there are lots of disparate atoms which are separated from each other, and under the force of gravity, they come together. Under the force of gravity, the atoms come together and they form a sphere, which for us is a circle because we're just thinking in 2 dimensions. So in high school physics, the teachers will tell you the atoms come together to form a sphere, or in 2 dimensions, a circle. But this is not true, or I don't think it's true. This is where a very subtle and nuanced thing is being forgotten. The atoms do not form circles, they form spirals. Spirals, spirals, spirals. Why? Because this is intuitively obvious to me. Let's suppose we have some atoms in the universe that have come together under gravity and they formed a circle. Because we're in 2 dimensions, they formed a circle. So the atoms have come together, they formed a circle. Now suppose a new atom arrives and wants to join the circle. Where does it join? Now the atom could just join the perimeter of this circle that is nearest to it. It could, the new atom could join the circle at that point on the perimeter, which is nearest to it. But it's not going to do that. It's not, because the newly arrived atom will correctly spiral around. It's going to spiral around the circle of atoms, and it's going to find the edge of the spiral, and then it's going to pop into place there. It must be like that, because the best position for the newly arrived atom is at the end of the spiral. It is not just some random place on the perimeter of the circle, which is essentially the idea I learned in high school. No, the newly arrived atom, when it comes to the circle of atoms, will move around the perimeter until it reaches the end of the spiral, and then it will fit in at the end of the spiral. It will not just come to the perimeter and say, oh yeah, whatever, I don't care where I go. I just, anywhere on the perimeter is good for me, mate. I don't care. Anywhere on the perimeter, yeah, whatever, I don't fucking care. That's not what it's going to do. It's going to spiral, it's going to orbit around the circle and come to land right at the end of the spiral. And that is a very important ingredient of the matter that I don't think I was taught at high school. It sounds like I'm blaming my high school teachers for not having taught me this. Of course, of course they have to simplify things, but I don't know, maybe they teach this at physics university, and people who do high physics. But the point is, why am I stressing this? Because you might be thinking, Thomas, what the fuck are you going on about? Why does this matter? It matters because it explains why objects spiral out. It explains why every day loads of objects orbit the Earth. It explains why my house goes around the Earth every day. It explains why I go around the Earth every day. It explains why my dog goes around the Earth every day. It explains why every fucking thing on the surface of the Earth goes around and around and around and around. And it all comes back to this point, which is when a new atom joins the circle, it does not land on some random point at the perimeter. Rather, it goes around the circle and finds the edge of the spiral. And by the way, everything moves along spirals. In our universe, it's very rare that things move from A to B as the crow flies. That is very rare. Largely, when objects move, they move in a spiral fashion. They follow the path of a spiral. They either spiral into an object or they spiral out of an object. So, let me just have a drink. So what do we know? What do we know from high school physics about stars? In high school physics, stars try to create carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and other heavier elements, but usually they sort of fail at this. Stars are brilliant at creating helium from hydrogen, and then they have a go at things a bit more complicated, but largely they fail. And the point is that it is the crux of one of my big ideas, that when the star fails to make carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, it is the Earth which says, okay, we've got plenty of carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. If you're struggling to make it, you can have some from us, mate. And this is related to the neutralization process, which I will elaborate on shortly. So again, just to repeat, in a star, you have hydrogen being made into helium, and then the star makes some bogus efforts to create carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and heavier elements. In this, it fails. And because the Earth is rich in carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, it says to the star, we will send out some carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen to you as part of this neutralization process, which I'm going to describe shortly, but which is kind of like diffusion or osmosis. So the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen travel from the Earth to the distant star. But because the Earth is a spiral, they must spiral out of it. So this comes back to what I was saying. I mean, here we're talking about, atoms forming into a star, but the same applies to the Earth, which is a planet. So when planets form, when stars form, they are secretly spirals. Okay, the Earth is not a sphere; it is a spiral, or it is secretly a spiral. The star is not a sphere; it is secretly a spiral. And in fact, all objects are secretly spirals. All objects are secretly spirals. So the point is, the distant star fails to make carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. The Earth says, here you go, mate, I can give you some. The carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen travel from Earth to the distant star, but because the Earth is a spiral, the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen must spiral out. So they spiral out. They have to spiral out of the Earth. And because the spiraling out process is so fucking slow, it just looks like the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen are orbiting the Earth, which actually gives us the effect, which gives us the effect that the Earth is spinning. I'll come to this in a second. Now, on the journey to the star, the atoms unite to form objects. Why do they do that? I'll come to that in a second. That's according to the laws of physics, as I believe them to be. So that's one thing. So along the way, the carbon, the oxygen, along the way, the atoms, which are moving from Earth to the star, they collectivize together to form objects. That's one thing. But the second important thing is that there also comes a special point in space when carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen combine. And this is what causes biological objects to come into existence. So you see, just to be clear, inside the Earth, and maybe I've got a slide later on which shows this, but inside the Earth, right, the carbon is just like in a lump. So if you go inside the Earth deep down, you'll find a lump of carbon. And if you go inside the Earth deep down, you'll find a lump of oxygen. And if you go deep down inside the Earth, you'll find a lump of nitrogen. And these objects, to be honest, are quite boring. Then, of course, we know that some of that carbon is called out of the Earth. It is called out of the Earth and it moves over to the distant star. And we know that some of that oxygen is pulled out of the Earth or called out of the Earth and it moves over to the distant star. And we know that some of that nitrogen is called over to the distant star and moves over to the distant star. And along the way, along the journey, there comes a point when the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen all intermingle and come together in the same point of space. I mean, look, just to be clear, the carbon streams and the oxygen streams and the nitrogen streams, they probably all move at different speeds. And the carbon starts in one position and the oxygen starts in another position. and the nitrogen starts in yet a different position. So they start from different places and they move at different speeds. But all that said, there will come a point in space when the carbon stream, the oxygen stream, and the nitrogen, they all occupy the same space. And when they occupy the same space, that's when we get biological objects. So that is that. What I want to say, one thing which I like about my thesis, is that it incorporates the classical idea of how stars make light, but it adds more details. In the classical idea of how stars make light, the classical physicists will say atoms come together in space to form a star, which is hydrogen. These atoms are hydrogen atoms. They then, the star collapses under gravity, which means the hydrogen atoms get closer and closer and closer together. And somewhere in the core of the star, two hydrogen atoms get so close that they fuse and form helium. And in this process, photons of light are given out. That is the classical science interpretation of matters. Our interpretation basically adds to that. It says that, well, it says this. You have a star, and it is trying to create things like carbon, or like nitrogen, or like oxygen. It fails at this, and that means that the Earth sends out carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen to the star. And when the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen get to the star, they enter it and go to the center, or they spiral in towards the center. And when this happens, they cause the spiral to tighten up. And when the spiral tightens up, a byproduct of that is that two hydrogen atoms will be forced together. They will become helium, and they will give out photons of light. And these photons of light will then spiral out of the star and move back to the Earth. So the photons of light that are created move back along a path through space, which is identically opposite to the path taken by the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen sent by the Earth. So do you see how our theory agrees with classical science but adds more detail? And also, we're getting away from thinking about gravity. In the classical theory, the star collapses under gravity, which forces all the atoms together so that two hydrogens make a helium, so that photons of light are given out. In our theory, the star is in existence. It is attempting to form carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, but failing. This kickstarts a neutralization process in which the Earth sends carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen to the star. When the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen arrive at the star, they spiral in towards its center, and this causes a tightening up of the star. It causes their presence, the presence of these heavier atoms, causes the star to tighten up. And when one consequence of the star tightening up is that hydrogen atoms are forced together to form helium, and that creates photons of light. And then the photons of light spiral out of the star and move back to the Earth. And the path that they trace out is exactly opposite to the path taken by the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, which went from the Earth to the star. In my head, I'm just thinking I slightly botched that story, but ask me after for details if you want. But I stress, our theory builds on the classical theory of classical science. Does the Earth spin? You see, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to get into your heads today is that objects like my house are actually spiraling out of the Earth. they're spiraling out of the earth. I say that my house is spiraling out of the earth. However, because that spiral is so ridiculously tight, I might be tempted instead to say that my house is orbiting the earth. So I can say that my house is orbiting the earth. Now, a classical scientist would say, no, the earth is spinning and your house is on top of it. But I'm not sure that the earth spins, although maybe it does. I mean, maybe there's some scientists watching this who know more than me, and they say, no, Thomas, the earth spins. To which I'll say, okay, fine. This is not a deal breaker for my thesis. It's not a deal breaker for my thesis. So if you're a scientist who really knows about the earth's spin and you're saying, for God's sake, Thomas, the earth does really spin, I will say, fine, this is not a deal breaker. But that said, it does occur to me that maybe, you see, because the way I see it, I don't see the earth as spinning. Or at least I don't. When I see it, okay, what I think is happening is that houses are spiraling out of the earth, and cars are spiraling out of the earth, and human beings are spiraling out of the earth, and all these objects are doing it at more or less the same rate. So all these objects are spiraling out of the earth at the same rate, and that gives us the illusion that the earth is spinning. I mean, again, the roads are also spiraling out. The land is also spiraling out. The seas are also spiraling out. So all the objects that you see on the surface of the earth, including the fucking surface that we see, like the roads, the land, all of these things in my thesis are spiraling out of the earth. And so what I'm suggesting is that somewhere deep inside the earth, there might be some motionless material. Although it might not appear motionless because there might be a few things coming out of it, which are also spiraling out. But essentially what I'm saying is that somewhere deep inside the earth, there is just a motionless ball. And that everything that when we talk about the surface of the earth, what we're really seeing is a collection of objects which are all in the process of spiraling out of the earth, and they're doing it at pretty much the same rate. Now, they don't do it all at the same rate. So, for example, my house and me and my dog, we're all spiraling out at something like the same rate. But that said, a moment will come when I leave my house and thus spiral out of the earth at a greater rate. And then later on, I'll go into retrograde and I'll come back to my house. And again, my dog, at some point it will come that my dog and myself will leave the house and we will spiral out at a different rate to my house. And then we'll go into retrograde and come back. But I don't know whether I'm using retrograde in the right sense there, but I hope you kind of know what I mean. So do you see what I'm saying? And by the way, look, if you don't like this idea, think about earthquakes, because the land masses of the earth, in general, they seem to spiral out of the earth at the same rate, but occasionally they don't. And occasionally two land masses, if I just show you with my hands here, occasionally two land masses come together because they're not moving at the same rate. They're not spiraling out of the earth at the same rate. And when those two land masses come together, or maybe when they separate, you get an earthquake. So give me a 1 in chat if you think I look like Edward Dutton. So that is that. Okay, that is that. So does the earth spin? Bottom line, if someone wants to tell me, yes, it does, Thomas, and you're being naive, this is not a deal breaker for my thesis. But either way, I believe that all the objects that you see on the surface of the earth they have nearly they're nearly spiraling out at the same rate, or they're nearly orbiting the earth at the same rate. So all the objects on the surface of the earth are orbiting the earth at virtually the same rate, which gives the illusion of spinning, but actually these objects are really spiraling out. And I wouldn't be surprised if deep inside the Earth there is just a still ball. But that said, I don't think classical scientists agree with that, so they might want to pull me up on that. Although I think the way that they infer that, the way that classical scientists infer that the center of the Earth is also spinning, is maybe open to debate. But you know what? I don't know. That's not a deal breaker. And if there are, proper scientists who actually, study the Earth's core and are saying this is rubbish, then fine. It's not a deal breaker. But it comes back to it, because even if the Earth is spinning, I don't think my idea is wrong that the objects on the surface of the Earth are spiraling out. So they're spiraling out of a spinning ball. But anyway. So yeah, this slide just says biological objects come into existence inside the Earth or on its surface and then spiral out towards a star. Yes. So as I'm very keen to tell you all in this thesis that biological objects, as well as other objects, but let's just concentrate on biological objects like human beings or animals or plants, they are spiraling out of the Earth, which corresponds to going around the Earth once in 24 hours. So I say these objects are spiraling out, but also because the spirals are so tight, I often just say that biological objects are in orbit of the Earth. And so for us, you see, and I want to get this into your heads about how to transform your ways of thinking. Rabbits are in orbit of the Earth. So we need to think of rabbits as being like comets. Foxes are in orbit of the Earth. When foxes eat rabbits, it's kind of like two comets or two rocks colliding, two meteorites colliding. So foxes are in orbit of the Earth, rabbits are in orbit of the Earth. Some of you might say, but Thomas, they're touching the Earth. So they're standing on an Earth which is spinning. Well, okay, maybe that's true, but the point is that if you look at birds or fish, it does feel like objects which float one way or the other, biological objects that float, like birds or fish. For them, it does kind of seem like they're in orbit of the Earth, or more so. More so it feels like that. But in any case, I want to get that interpretation into your head. It's very important. Think about rocks orbiting the Earth, or satellites orbiting the Earth, or is it Uranus that has got? I think it's probably, is it Saturn or Jupiter, which is surrounded by a lot of rocks? I really should know this. I really should know if Saturn has got rocks going around it. But when you see these beautiful pictures of some distant planet and it's got rocks orbiting around it, that's how you need to think about rabbits and foxes. Rabbits and foxes are also like rocks which are in orbit of the Earth. So too are elephants. And this is very important. If we want to understand foxes eating rabbits, we do have to think of one set of rocks in orbit of a planet bumping into another set of rocks in orbit of a planet. And just to say something about the light, so I'll go back to it. In fact, let's just go back to our picture from earlier. Maybe I didn't need to do this, but I'm doing it now anyway. It's probably a mistake, but I'm going to commit to my mistake. So let's go back to this amazing picture here. Earth sends atoms to the stars. Photons go back the other way. And it is a conveyor belt system. Now, so it's not just that the atoms travel one way and the photons travel the other, and they basically follow the same path, but go in different directions. Do you understand what I'm saying? The path followed by the atoms is the same as the path followed by the photons, but they do it in opposite directions. However, it is a conveyor belt system. It is a conveyor belt system. What do I mean by this, and why is it important? Well, I will tell you. So what I'm saying, and I haven't quite explained to you yet how seeing works, how vision works, but I'm going to explain it. When I look at the sun, what is happening? when I look at the sun, what is happening? Thank you, Martin W, for getting my Uranus joke there. It's one of the funniest jokes out there, so thank you very much for appreciating it. Where are we? Okay, why is the conveyor belt system important? When I look at the sun, what happens? Classical science says random light comes from the sun. That's not how we see it. If I want to get light from the sun, if I want to see the sun, I have to send carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and other atoms to the sun. And in return, the sun will send me photons of light. That's the basic mechanism which allows me to see the sun. But just to be clear, well, let me explain this first. I mean, yeah, well, let me explain this, because someone might say, but that's rubbish, Thomas, because when you look at the sun, you see it instantly. But if you've got to wait, if you've got to send carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen to the sun and then get light back in return, you're going to be waiting some time. You're going to be waiting a long time to see the sun. Whereas, of course, in reality, we see the sun instantaneously. Now, there's two things to say here. First of all, when I send carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen to the sun, these streams of atoms are moving very fast, close to the speed of light. So maybe it takes them, I don't know, let's just say it takes them 15 minutes to get to the sun. And then the light comes from the sun. That takes 9 minutes to get back. So even though that would be very quick in some ways, because my streams are moving very quick, it would still take, it still might take what, 20, 24 minutes or something. So here's the thing that I want to say is that light comes in the other direction. There's a conveyor belt system. So when I send carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen to the sun, that carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen gets on a conveyor belt. And coming along the other end of the conveyor belt are photons of light, which were created in the sun 9 minutes ago, or whatever it is. Do you understand this point? Because some people will say, well, some people might think my idea is bullshit based on this problem, but it's not, because the light which I see when I look at the sun was created 9 minutes ago by another human being on planet Earth looking at the sun. And again, when I bother to look at the sun, I will ultimately create some light. I will end up creating some light, which will then come back to the Earth and be seen by someone else. That's how it works. So what I want to do finally in this first part is just to explain the neutralization process a bit more, which, like I say, is kind of like diffusion or osmosis as if you want a rule of thumb to try and help you understand it. What are the laws of physics? When I came into this project, I studied mathematics at university. And what was the most important thing I learned studying mathematics at university? It's that I'm not really any good at mathematics, and there's some very clever people out there who understand it way better than me. And to be honest, I'm scared. I was scared of trying to do mathematics. I was out of my depth doing it. And pretty much I had the same idea about physics as well. If you try to read something on quantum physics, you're like, oh my God, what? I'm never going to be able to understand this. Maybe it's patronizing to say it, but when I came across the subjects of epigenetics in biology, and I got excited by the epigenetics stuff, and I saw different experiments in epigenetics, and my brain was suddenly excited. Maybe it's patronizing to say it, but I did suddenly think, ooh, you know what? Maybe, because I found mathematics too tough. I was out of my depth. But I did suddenly think to myself, maybe, but if I try and be creative in biology, I won't be so much out of my depth. Maybe there's a possibility I can do biology in a way that I couldn't do mathematics. So I had to go at biology. But if you saw my lecture the other day, you will have seen my utter contempt, which I soon learned to have, for physicists, because I was trying to understand the machinations of the cell. And I ultimately decided it must come down to electromagnetics. And then I realized the physicists had not thought of any of this. Because at the beginning, when I was doing my when I was thinking about the machinations of the cell and what's going on in biology, if you remember, I rang up the physics department and I said, excuse me, which forces are causing the cell to do all these amazing things? And the physics department got back to me and they said, there's only 4 forces. It's gravity, electromagnetism, the nuclear force, and the nuclear force. And that was kind of when I realized, maybe the physicists aren't that clever, or maybe they haven't thought about this. And so ultimately, in some part of this project, maybe towards the end of 2020, I really did. I felt like I had permission to suddenly ask myself the question, what are the laws of physics? And I felt like I had the right to kind of enter this terrifying territory and started thinking these things for myself. Because hitherto, or heretofore, I'd always been very scared by physicists in the same way I'm scared by mathematicians, because they're very clever. But anyway, actually, let me just say this. There might be some physics genius out there who looks at what I'm proposing are the laws of physics and says, yeah, that doesn't make any sense, because in some ways that I already know they don't make sense. What I'm going to show you next is 2 laws which I'm kind of working with in my head to try and understand everything. And that said, these laws have been revised and revised and revised and revised as I've been working on this project, and they will continue to be revised in the future. These are nowhere near the finished laws. And also, I feel, well, to some extent, they're contradictory. Let me show you. Here's what I'm working with in my head as being one law of physics. Every atom wants to be part of a large, heavy object. Every atom wants to be part of a large, heavy object. That's one rule. The second rule is that every atom wants to be at the center of its own object. So every atom wants to be at the center of its own object. Those are the 2 rules I'm working with. And you know what? There's probably more going on in my head than I've written down here, because I don't think I've covered all the bases here. So this is what I'm saying. This project is still, it's not inchoate, but it's still a work in progress. Let me just, in metaphorical terms, I like to think of the 2 rules that I'm thinking are the laws of physics. I like to think of these 2 rules as follows. Every atom wants to belong to a big castle. Rule 1. Rule 2, every atom wants to be king of its own castle. So we see, think of it like that. Everybody wants to play for Manchester United. But you know what? Do you really want to be a substitute on the bench for Manchester United? Why not go to Bournemouth instead? Because Bournemouth is some team at the bottom of the table. And if you go to them, you'll be playing every match. So every atom wants to belong to a big castle. Every atom wants to be king of its own castle. By the way, I do know Bournemouth finished 6th, so I was being a bit... That was a joke. And we've got 18 people watching that, so I hope one of them follows football and are currently laughing their heads off. So those are the 2 rules. But do these laws even make sense? Because as I say, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a physics genius out there saying, yeah, this guy's an idiot. Baden-Riess is a fucking cabbage. The thing is though, right? This is important. The key issue about the laws of physics is that, or when you try to formulate the laws of physics, you end up tripping over yourself because you basically have to account for two fundamentally different phenomena, one of which is attraction, the other of which is repulsion. So, because in some times in the universe, particles attract, and in other places in the universe, or in other times in the universe, particles repulse each other. So the whole problem of trying to understand physics is trying to marry or unify in one scheme the business of attraction and the business of repulsion. If you look at my two rules that I've written down here, you will see that the first rule is kind of like attraction and the second rule is kind of like repulsion. Every atom wants to belong to a big castle is like attraction, but then every atom wants to be king of its own castle is like repulsion, because it's about atoms going away and doing their own thing, about leaving the big castle and being king of your own castle. So anyway, so that's that. So here's the thing then, right? So what I'm saying is that it is these two laws which underpin the neutralization process. The neutralization process between Earth and star, or between Earth and the stars, which is key to understanding why objects arise on the surface of the Earth and why they move in a convoluted way to the stars. It is key to, if we understand this neutralization process, we understand why life on Earth appears. Because life on Earth, biological objects are a class of objects which are caused to come to the surface of the Earth and move around it in this neutralization process. So to understand life on Earth, we must understand this neutralization process. And I am saying that it is these two rules of physics in front of you which are governing or causing the neutralization process to come in. Now, let's go back to that neutralization process, because here's the thing, right? I've said that we have a star, and inside the star, there is an attempt by the star to create carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, but this fails. And instead, the Earth says, I can send you carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. And so carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen leave the Earth and end up at the star. But we might ask the question, what about heavier elements? Because the star is trying to create carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. Maybe it's also trying to create gold. So will the Earth be so generous as to give gold to one of these stars? But the basic answer is no. The basic answer is no. And why is that? And this is where it does get nuanced, and you have to think carefully. The reason the Earth will not send gold to a star is because, the gold is part of the Earth, right? So the gold, an atom of gold, is part of the Earth, and the Earth is a big castle. The Earth is because the Earth is very heavy. It contains a lot of heavy elements. The Earth is a very heavy castle, and an atom of gold is happy to belong to that heavy castle. Now, if the atom of gold left the Earth and went to the distant star, it could be king of that castle. The atom of gold would be the center of any star, or most stars. But it's too small a project, because why would a gold atom want to leave Man United to go and play for Accrington Stanley? There's no motivation to do that. Now, it's different for the carbon, the oxygen, and the nitrogen, because you see, the gold atom is lying somewhere deep inside the Earth. The carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, however, are much more on the periphery. So if you're a carbon or an oxygen or nitrogen inside the Earth, you're not really very important. And there's all these atoms which are heavier than you, and they occupy the center of the Earth, and you're very much on the periphery. So if you do go to a distant star, where you will become king of the castle, that will be a step up for you. That will be a step up for you. Maybe I'm not, well, let me see. I thought maybe there was a nice picture for all of this, but maybe there's not. Can I just try and explain something to you? Because before the neutralization process starts, all of the Earth is basically made up of concentric rings of heavier atoms, with the heavier atoms on the inside and the lighter atoms on, closer to the surface of the Earth. I'm going to repeat that again. At the very beginning of this neutralization process, the Earth is made up of concentric rings, and in the inner ring are the heaviest atoms, and in the outer ring are the lightest atoms. I hope that makes sense. So any gold atom at the beginning of the neutralization process is very much buried deep inside the Earth. And so it's very much part of the center of the Earth. However, atoms of carbon or oxygen or nitrogen are much more closer to the surface of the Earth. They are further away from the center of the Earth. And so in particular, there will be some carbon atoms, for example, which will say, I'm not important here. I'm far too far away from the center. I'm far too far away from the center. But if I go to that distant star, I can be king of the castle. And so carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen have motivation, if we can call it that, to move to the distant star. But an atom of gold does not. And so I hope you notice that this is complicated, because also, what about if you're a hydrogen atom on Earth? If you're a hydrogen atom on Earth, can you move to the star? Basically, no, because the star's already got enough hydrogen. So the star has enough hydrogen, so the Earth doesn't send hydrogen. The star lacks carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, so the Earth sends carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. The star lacks gold, but the Earth doesn't send any. Do you see how this neutralization process is complex? It's nuanced. Because light atoms like hydrogen do not move to the star. Medium-sized atoms like carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen do move to the star. But then heavy atoms like gold do not move to the star. So this is a complicated business to get your head around. All of that said, there are some stars out there which are very heavy. They're not the typical stars, but there are a few stars out there which I think are heavy. And such stars probably do have the power to say to the Earth, can you send me a bit of gold? And the Earth will oblige. So there are some stars out there, or there's a small minority of stars out there which are very heavy and which do have the ability to coax from the Earth some gold atoms. And that is why actually you do see gold at the surface of the Earth. You see gold watches, you see the World Cup. So gold objects do exist. But they're rare. Gold objects are rare. So all of that said, what do I want to say next? Here's an important issue then. I hope I've done my best to explain the neutralization process which occurs between the Earth and the stars, and which ultimately causes objects on the surface of the Earth to appear, including biological objects. I hope I've done enough to try and convince you that this is an idea worth thinking about. But in all of this, let me tell you something. When I began this project, or when I got into all of this, I did think at first that each animal has a star. So there is a star in the sky, which we might call the elephant star, which is responsible for creating the elephant. Because this star says to the Earth, I need carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. So as part of the neutralization process, this star is given carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen from the Earth. And along the way, those atoms of carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen form into an object, and that object is an elephant. That's an idea, which is, of course, very nice. I'm not sure it's quite true. Unfortunately, for reasons I'm not going to go into, I'm not quite sure that that idea is correct. But it's a nice idea to, it's certainly a nice idea to consider in all of this. And I'll tell you for why. So it's a nice idea to think that for every animal species, or for every biological species, there is a star, there is a specific star that is creating it. It's a nice idea to play with anyway. So there is a human star which creates humans. There is a monkey star which creates monkeys. There is a fox star which creates foxes. There's a fish star which creates fish. There is a wasp star which creates wasps. I can see some of you already saying, but would there really be a fish star? You know, would there not be like a neon tetra star and a goldfish star? So maybe, look, as I say, I'm not sure this. When I looked at it very carefully, there are problems with this idea. But that said, if we just entertain the idea, you will see immediately some amazing things make sense. Like, for example, why are there no intermediary forms? You know, because in most of the biological kingdoms, intermediary forms between two different species do not exist. But the answer might simply be it's because there's gaps between stars. There are gaps between stars, and therefore we don't really get intermediary species. That would explain that. But also, we can explain hierarchy on planet Earth. There is a natural hierarchy in the animal kingdom. There is something called the food chain. And how would we explain that? Well, we would look at the hierarchy of stars that exist in the sky. But, you know, because if we just focus on the galaxy, I think the heaviest stars are in the center, and then the lighter stars are on the periphery. And there is a very easy way to relate that in terms of the hierarchy of biological life that we see on planet Earth. And by the way, while we are at it, let's just go back to heavy metals. Because I said before that there are very few stars out there which would be capable of demanding from the Earth heavy metals. But, you know, there might be like a heavy star out there which would have this ability to demand heavy metals from the Earth. But also such a heavy star might be creating humans. And why do I think that? Because if you look on planet Earth, which biological object is always associated with heavy metals, or, you know, sorry, heavy atoms, including metals? Let me ask that question again. If we look on planet Earth, which animal or which biological object is almost exclusively always associated with heavy atoms and metals? It's human beings, right? Human beings, we live in houses. I can see a fridge. I can see some taps. I can see a cheese grater. I can see a weight bench. I can see a table. I can see a television. I can see a computer, a mobile phone. There's a car outside. We are literally surrounded by heavy atoms all over the place. So it strikes me that humans and heavy objects, you know, like technology, like technological objects, we are following similar paths. And that suggests to me that we're being pulled to a similar star. So, and that makes sense. It makes sense that there's a very heavy star out there, which is demanding technological objects, but also demanding a biological object which would be at the top of the food chain. Do you see that important point? If any of what I'm saying is correct, asterisk, I know there might be problems with this theory that every star creates or every animal is created by a separate star. But if we just go along with this thesis for a moment, it makes sense that human beings, that the star which causes human being is the heaviest. It makes sense that that's true, and that, you know, the star which causes spiders is very weak. But it makes sense that the star that causes human beings is the heaviest. But if it's so heavy, it might also demand metal objects and heavy objects. Oh, isn't that a coincidence? Isn't it a coincidence that everywhere you see human beings on planet Earth, or most places you see human beings on planet Earth, we are surrounded by heavy objects? We literally fuse almost with metal objects. We sit in cars. We sit in cars, so we're almost like cyborging with the car. And I'm surrounded here. I've got a computer. I've got an oven, a fridge, a television, etc., etc. So anyway. And finally, let me say this. On the same idea, is it possible that the Milky Way is just a reflection of the Earth? Almost as if the Earth, as it spins, is tracing out the stars to some extent, if you accept what I'm saying about the neutralization process between Earth and stars. And if it is, then there is a major correspondence between what we see in the galaxy and what we see on planet Earth. And if you know what's going on planet Earth, you will probably be able to infer what's going on in the stars. And if you know what's going on in the stars, you would then be able to infer what's going on planet Earth. That seems reasonable to me. And of course, I am reminded of the fact that astronomers of old were very, very clever people. Astronomers of old were very, very clever people, and they knew how to look at the stars to predict major events, whether that was war, whether that was, you know, hurricanes or earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, but probably also things like wars and revolutions. And those astronomers, by the way, still exist today, you know, but they secretly work for the elite, and the elites have kept this knowledge for themselves. Let's not get too conspiratorial on this, because I'm trying to keep it, you know, just about biology. But of course, I'm reminded of the Vilna Gaon, who was a very talented astronomer, and who indeed understood the stars and how they, you know, influence major world events. Anyway, so let me just summarize all of that, and we will then go on to some applications, which I'm going to trailer the applications as being really exciting. Oh my God, it's like so exciting. Don't go anywhere, you know. But to be honest, you're probably all bored. You know, you're probably all bored out of your minds. So, but anyway. What is the summary? A neutralization process takes place between Earth and a star. Streams of atoms then spiral out of the Earth and head toward the star. Along the way, these streams form objects where carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen streams overlapped, which is kind of like a magical moment in space, you know, a specific, unique point in space where the carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen streams overlap. When this happens, we get objects which we call life. Light comes back in the exact opposite direction from star to Earth. And then we have the second, so that was the neutralization process. The second aspect of my thesis is that the streams heading out of the Earth are actually way faster than we think. And hang on, yeah. So although the streams, so let me say this. Although the streams run from the Earth to the star, their motion is more complex than that. Okay, so although streams run from Earth to star, they do not go from A to B. Instead, the streams spiral out at the Earth. But it's even more complicated than that. It's even more complicated than that, because the streams, as they spiral out of the earth, they also move through various objects. But when they move through various objects, they don't just move as the crow flies. They actually spiral into objects and they spiral out of objects. As I say, nothing moves in this universe. Very little moves as the crow flies. Every movement, any movement from A to B, is often is secretly a movement of spiraling into something and spiraling out of something. So to repeat, the streams run from Earth to star, but they spiral out of the Earth. But as they spiral out of the Earth, they move through objects on the Earth. And actually, they don't just move through these objects from A to B, they spiral into these objects and they spiral out of these objects. So for example, right, streams spiral into biological objects and out of them. So at this present time, just to be clear, there are streams which are coming into me and going out of me. They're coming into the back of me and they're going out of the front of me. Except it's a bit more complicated than that, because these streams are actually spiraling into me and then they're spiraling out of me. And if we just focus on the cell, you know, I really want to demonstrate that. So if we take a biological cell, the streams come into it and they then go out of it. Or in a more complex way, the streams spiral into the cell and then the streams spiral out of the cell. So here's a picture of a cell. Here is a picture of a cell, which I hope you can see. Let me just see how this is doing on the live stream. Yes, you've got the picture. So you've got the picture of the cell there. What if some of you must have noticed this, because you know the picture of the cell is hardwired into my memory, because I remember there was a book I had for A-level biology, and on the front of that book there was this lovely picture of the cell. There was something beautiful about the cell. You know, it is like these beautiful photos that we have of space. You know, and I mean that completely. You can notice, I mean, if you look at this picture of the cell, it's kind of a bit astronomical, isn't it? You know, you see these bodies surrounding sort of the nucleus, and they look kind of spacey, right? But anyway, what did I say before? I said that every object is secretly a spiral, and that is no more true than of the cell. Or what I'm saying is, if you look at a cell, would you really be surprised if I said it's secretly a spiral? Because there's something very spirally about the cell. There's something really, you know, just, I feel anyway, when I look at the cell, I see the spirals, or it looks very spirally to me. So what am I going to say next? Yes. So let's think about this, because this is interesting. I'm saying that streams of carbon come out of the earth and enter the cell. I'm saying that streams of oxygen come out of the earth and enter the cell. And I'm saying that streams of nitrogen come out of the earth and enter the cell. Now, the first thing, well, okay, let me do it this way. The final thing that will happen when all these disparate streams of carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen reach the center of the cell, the final thing that will happen when these three disparate streams reach the center of the cell is that they will intermingle. And what you get at the center of the cell, you get the DNA. So to repeat, the carbon starts off in a lump inside the earth, the oxygen starts off in a different lump inside the earth, and the nitrogen starts off in a different lump also inside the earth. And then they come out of the earth and they spiral into the cell. And by the time they have reached the center of the cell, they are all interwoven and they have become something which we call DNA. Now, along the way, there are intermediary steps. So the first thing that will happen after the carbon comes out of the earth and the oxygen comes out of the earth and the nitrogen comes out of the earth, the first thing that will happen is you will start to create carbon-oxygen compounds. or oxygen nitrogen compounds, or nitrogen carbon compounds. That's the first thing. Then you will start to get things like sugars and fats. Sugars and fats, which are an intertwining of carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, but not on the intimate level of DNA. You know, if you look at a sugar molecule or fat molecule, it is to some degree lumpen and coarse, in the sense that the carbon atoms are not that highly interwoven with the oxygen atoms and the nitrogen atoms in the same way that they are in DNA. So you see, the reason why the cell contains DNA, and the reason why it contains sugar and fat, and the reason why it contains carbon oxygen compounds or nitrogen oxygen compounds, etc., is because as the three disparate streams spiral into the cell, they intermingle and they intermingle and interact in different ways, from the less complex to the more complex, so that we get carbon oxygen compounds on the outside of the cell, or towards the membrane of the cell, and then closer inside we get fats and sugars, and then absolutely at the center we get the DNA. That's how I think of it anyway. I mean, just to be clear, you know, probably carbon oxygen compounds start forming outside of the cell. So the carbon stream and the oxygen stream will intermingle before they get to the cell. You know, so you get things like carbon dioxide outside of the cell, for example. What about proteins? Let me just say, because I said something about sugars and fats, what are proteins? Proteins I consider to be interference patterns between DNA strands of adjacent cells. So I'm going to repeat that again. Proteins are interference patterns between DNA strands of adjacent cells. So what am I saying here? Let me just remind you, what were those laws of physics we talked about? Every atom wants to be part of a large or heavy object. Every atom wants to be at the center of its own object. Those are the two laws of physics. And why do they apply here? Because if we have two adjacent streams, if we have two adjacent DNA streams, well, there might, you see, if I've got one stream of DNA here and one stream of DNA here, there might be some atoms in this one which want to jump across and join this stream, or vice versa. Why might the atoms want to leave one stream and go to another stream? Well, they would want to do this because of the laws of physics. Either it might be that if they jump stream, they get to be king of their own castle, or it might be that if they jump stream, they join a heavier and bigger stream. So there might be motivations for atoms from one DNA strand to jump over to an adjacent DNA strand. And when that happens, proteins form. So proteins are like, you know, they're like, if you imagine if you've got two rivers and you imagine water from one river is breaking off to go and join another, then the cross waters, as we might call them, are like the proteins. That's why I call proteins interference patterns, you know, between adjacent DNA streams. Anyway, I've waffled on horse about that. Remember, the second major idea of this thesis, just to go back to this, is that, you know, whenever you see an atom, it's really a stream of atoms moving at an incredible speed, somewhere close to the speed of light. But anyway, that concludes part one. And if you're thinking it's nearly home time, no, it's not. We've got loads to go yet. So hard lines. I hope you're bored as hell. And, you know, I'm afraid to say you're going to have to continue to listen to me waffle on horse for some time to come yet. But let me just say this. Having told you all of that, I'm going to remind you of something. The theory is not finished. There's loads done. You know, maybe I've written 17 or 18 books, but it's going to be 40 books before the theory is finished. There's a load of work to be done. So if you're saying to yourself, none of this makes sense, well, I'm just trying to tease bits here. I'm trying to give you tidbits to try and show you that maybe I'm onto something, you know, just to give you a few hors d'oeuvres to sort of prove that I'm not completely stupid. You know, but anyway, what I want to come to now is some applications. But before I do that, let me just have a glass of water. So there's many different things we can look at in the world and now make sense of, now that we've learned about stream theory, or you know, and especially this neutralization process. So here's one interesting topic: memory, imagination, being reminded of someone, abstract thinking. How do we explain all of this? How do we explain all of these things? I'm going to show you. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. First of all, how do we see objects? How do we see objects? I think I explained this before. To see an object, I have to send streams to it. So here we have a picture of a man looking at the World Cup, right? The thing is that the man must send streams of atoms to the World Cup, and then in return, the World Cup will send photons back, and that allows the man to see the World Cup. So to repeat, in classical science, light simply comes off the World Cup in random directions, not for us. For us, the man must send atoms, streams of atoms from his eyes to the World Cup, and in return, the World Cup will send him photons of light. Now, where is the World Cup getting these photons of light? It's getting them from the sun. So in this system, the World Cup, like all objects on Earth, is acting as a relay system. Because ultimately what the World Cup will do is it will take the streams sent by the man and pass them on to the sun or to the stars. And the sun and the stars will give the World Cup light in return. And then the World Cup will send that light back to the man. So the World Cup is like a relay. It's working as a relay system here. All objects are relay systems. So in loose terms, I say the man sends streams to an object. The object sends light back in return. But actually what's really going on is the man sends streams to the object sends the streams on to the stars send back light to the object, and the object sends back light to the man. Anyway, that's how we see. So here's a question. Here's a big bloody question. What happens when the man leaves the place where the World Cup is and flies half away around the world? What happens then? Does he forget what the World Cup looks like? And let's suppose this happened, 50 years ago, right? So before the internet and before photographs were really as ubiquitous as they are today. When the man leaves the place where the World Cup is and flies half away around the world, does he forget what the World Cup looks like? Or can he still remember it? Can he still see it in his mind eye? Because, of course, the answer is, even when this guy is on the other side of the planet to the World Cup, he can still see it in his head. So the question is why? The question is why? But the answer is unbelievably simple. The answer is unbelievably simple. Action at a distance. It's just action at a distance, right? You all understand the concept of action at a distance in terms of physics, right? So all is going to happen. Here we go. That's how the man sees the World Cup when he's in the same room as it. And that's how the man sees the World Cup when he's, on the other side of the planet from the World Cup. Do you understand? Because Look, if the man is in England and the World Cup is in New York, well, the man can just send some streams from England to New York to the World Cup and get light back in return. Simple as. Because remember, these streams travel incredibly fast. They travel at almost the speed of light. So look, if my girlfriend is standing across the room from me, I can look at her face. I can send streams to her face and get light back in return. Now imagine she gets on a plane and goes to New York. Well, so fucking what? I can send streams over to New York to my girlfriend's face and she can send me light back in return. Now, true, in the second case, when my girlfriend is in New York, she's a long distance away. So the image that I'm going to get back in return is not going to be great. But so I won't be able to see her as if she was in my room, but I will be able to see her in my mind's eye. Does this not make total sense? Because when we remember things, when we have a memory of an object, you can see it kind of clearly, but you can't really see it in the same way that you could see it if it was in the same room as you. So you can, when you remember an object which is no longer in your vicinity, it's like you're seeing it in a weak sense. And does that not make sense that we are, that we're using action at a distance to send streams to a distant object and get light back in return? I think that makes a lot of sense. What about actually, hang on, let me see. Yeah. Okay. What about mermaids then? What about mermaids? Why do we imagine that mermaids can exist? Or why are they a figment of our imagination? Because, there's many other combinations of two animals into one creature that we don't really consider. Does anyone go around thinking of a lion with a goat's head? Does anyone go around thinking of a spider, with Keith Wood's head? Does anyone go around thinking of a crab with an elephant's head? No, we don't. For some reason, we tend to fixate on certain creatures like mermaids or unicorns or Bigfoot. So the question is why? But let me tell you how I think we think of mermaids. Suppose you go to the beach and there's lots of people swimming. So you see lots of humans swimming in the sea. And of course, when humans swim in the sea, you largely see their heads, their heads and their arms, and not so much their legs. But of course, the other thing you'll see if you go to the sea is fish. Especially, let's just suppose you go scuba diving as well, so you really get to see what's under the water, and you'll see a lot of fish. So suppose you do that one day, then you come back, you come back home, which is, let's say, 10 miles away from the sea. Now, when you're 10 miles away from the sea, you can continue to send streams to the seaside and to all the objects there, so that you can see from a distance the people swimming in the sea and also the fish swimming in the sea. But because you're seeing them from 10 miles away, there is going to be, let's say, a convergence of the photons which are coming from these objects. So because the fish are 10 miles away, and because the people swimming in the sea are 10 miles away, when the photons of light come from these objects back to your eyes, there is a lot of possibility that in covering that distance back to your eyes, the photons will intermingle, so that the ultimate image you will get is of an animal which is half human, half fish. That's the basic idea. that's the basic idea of why I think mermaids pop into our heads. And the fact that, you know, the fact that humans regularly go to the beach and see humans swimming and fish swimming is why this particular combination of animals is very popular. So that mermaids are probably the most the most popular of all these animal combinations, if I can call them like that. But anyway, what about being reminded of someone? Let me just pour myself a new glass of water. So hang on a second, please. So let me just pour this. What about being reminded of someone? This again is quite easy. Let's suppose I go out for a walk and I see a dog, and it reminds me of my auntie's dog. How does this work? Well, first of all, when I see my auntie's dog, I send streams from my eyes to the dog, to my auntie's dog, and I get light back in return. So that's one thing. And by the way, I in some ways, even when I move far away from my auntie's dog and some time elapses, despite the lapse in time and despite the increase in distance, I'm still stream connected to my auntie's dog. You know, I can still remember my auntie's dog. So I'm still, even when I'm far away from my auntie's dog and some time has elapsed, I'm still ultimately sending a dribble of streams from my eyes to my auntie's dog and getting a dribble of photons back. Now, when I see the new dog in the street, I send a load of streams to it and get light back in return. But okay, if the dog I see looks similar to my auntie's dog, that means they have the same shape, which means that the pattern of streams that I am sending out of my eyes to one dog is very similar to the pattern of streams that I send out of my eyes to the other dog. And what then happens is that as I send a load of streams to this dog on the street, I inadvertently end up sending at least some streams over to my auntie's dog. And that is because both dogs are the same shape and so require the same patterns of stream and so require the same pattern of streams. And if you think about this enough, you will kind of understand why it is that when I send this stream pattern to dog A, I inevitably end up sending this stream pattern also to dog B. And the consequence of that is that when I send streams to the dog on the street, I actually also get some photons of light back from my auntie's dog. And so I not only see the dog on the street, I also see my auntie's dog at the same time. And so I am reminded, when I see the dog on the street, I am reminded of my auntie's dog. But the key thing to understand is that if two objects are similar, when two objects have similar shapes, the pattern of streams that you send to both objects is the same. And that allows you to send streams to both of these objects simultaneously, and you can't do that. If two objects have different shapes, they require different stream patterns to be sent to them, and therefore you can't send them both streams at the same time. Here's another example. Abstract thinking. So let's suppose I go to Argentina. And when I'm in Argentina, I've got a girlfriend. That's one thing. Another thing is that I see a story in the news about a girl who is kidnapped. And then a third thing is that I go to the shop and there's a girl who serves me in the shop. So there's three girls in Argentina. One is my girlfriend. One is did I say taken hostage or kidnapped? And the other girl works in a shop. Three different girls. Now I go back to England. And in my, because when I'm in England, I can still send streams to all three of these girls in Argentina and get light back in return. But because Argentina is a long way away, the light that I get back is going to intermingle. And what that means is that the three girls in Argentina, they sort of intermingle in my head. And after some time, well, let's just say immediately, it will be helpful if a bit of time goes by as well. The point I'm trying to make is that eventually, when I'm back in England and maybe some time has gone by, I will be unable to distinguish these three girls. I will send streams to all of them and get light back from all of them. But because they're so far away, that light, those photons of light will intermingle and create a composite image of a girl from Argentina. They will create a composite image of a girl from Argentina. And I might, if I wrote a book about that girl, it might happen that she is my girlfriend and she also worked in a shop and she was also kidnapped. Do you see how those three girls have been merged into one simply because I moved a great distance from them? I moved a great distance from them in space and possibly also in time. That will be helpful as well, but I can't quite explain that here in this bloody lecture. Anyway, so that's abstract thinking. What about ghosts? I could say a few things about ghosts. What should I start by saying? One thing to say about ghosts, people had better imaginations in the past than they have today. Why? Why is it? I mean, people kind of know this, right? People always say television kills your imagination. Why did people have better imaginations in the past? Well, here's the thing. In our current technological age, lots of heavy objects have arrived on the surface of the Earth. And what that means is that biological atoms, which are very light, are tempted to go over and join these heavy technological objects. Why? It goes back to the laws of physics I was talking about earlier. So the arrival on the surface of the Earth of many heavy technological objects means that biological atoms, which are light, are tempted to leave the object they are in and move over to join the technological object. So what does that mean? It means that biological streams become degraded. Biological streams cannot maintain their integrity, and their atoms run away and go and join technological objects. So biological streams become degraded. What does that mean? Well, it means, for one thing, that it's more difficult to see, but it's certainly more difficult to see objects at a distance. So in today's world, people have difficulty at seeing objects at a distance because their biological streams have become degraded. That means their imaginations are less. And to some extent, that if we think about someone who lived 100 years ago or 200 years ago, and they went into the woods in an era before there was technology, and in which their biological streams still had great, were very potent, then they had the ability to see someone in their mind's eye who was, I don't know, on the other side of the wood. And that might startle them a bit and think, oh, there's a ghost. Whereas today, because our biological streams have degraded, we probably lack that ability. We lack that ability to sense when someone is 1,000 meters away on the other side of the forest. And because of that, we don't get startled by ghosts. So that's one thing I could say about ghosts. But here's another thing, because, okay, maybe some of you don't like my idea that every atom is secretly a stream of atoms. A stream of gazillion of atoms moving through the space occupied by said atom at something close to the speed of light. Maybe you don't like this. But if we go with this, we also have to accept that basically every object is like a stream of objects. So as I said before, there are streams coming out of the earth into my backside and out of my front side. And if you go with that, it is sort of true that there are sort of ghost versions of me coming into my backside and going out of my front side. Now, these ghost versions of me, they're very light, and also they will very quickly change shape. So they will probably very quickly turn from looking like me into just being, spheres or something like this. But nevertheless, the point that I'm trying to make is that I think we must, if any of what I'm saying is true, I know there'll be some, eminent scientists pressing F to doubt. But if anything of what I'm saying is true, we must then start believing in maybe something we might call pseudo objects or ghost objects, which is where atoms come together and they form some kind of object, but it's not a very strong object and it's not a very powerful object. And because it's not strong and because it's not powerful, we probably don't see it. We don't see it because in order to see it, I have to send atoms to it. In order to see an object, I must send atoms to it. And very possibly, if it's a really light object, the atoms in my eyes will say, nah, mate, nah, we're not going over there. There's no benefit in it for us. There's no benefit for us as atoms in your eye to leave your eye and go and join that very light object. And so the atoms don't leave my eye, and I don't get light back in return, and thus I don't ever see this pseudo object or this ghost object. So if all of what I'm saying is true, we can probably believe that there are ghost objects out there or pseudo objects out there, but we really can't see them. But that said, if you're a bit canny and you've got certain special kind of streams, you might be able to see these ghost objects. You might be able to see them just a little bit. And so again, this might explain a lot of figments of people's imaginations. But anyway, I think I've said enough on that issue. So let's now move on to technology. Since I talked about the degradation of biological streams, let me just say something about cancer, because I talked in the last paragraph, in the last section, about how when heavy technological objects arrive on the surface of the Earth, because there's some stars out there demanding that this now be the case. There are some stars out there who are saying, we don't just want carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. We want heavier atoms. Bring on the technology. So because technological objects have now arrived on the surface of the Earth and indeed are smothering it, there's an awful lot of heavy objects that we are surrounded by, and because of this, biological objects degrade. Biological objects degrade because atoms of carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen are light. And so because of the rules of physics mentioned before, they are tempted away from the biological objects they are in to go and join the heavier technological objects. And one tragic effect where we see all of this is with cancer, because what do we know happens in cancerous cells? Basically, I think I'm right in saying that the DNA starts to mutate, and I don't think the DNA forms properly, and then the cells are unable to form, and that, I believe, is completely in line with the degradation of biological streams. It means that the carbon and the oxygen and the nitrogen, which was entering the biological cell and thus causing the cell to come into existence, these streams are being degraded. These streams of carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen are being degraded. They're losing many atoms, which are running away to join the technological objects, according to the laws of physics mentioned before. And because of that, the streams of carbon, the streams of oxygen, the streams of nitrogen are very weak and not teeming with atoms. And then they thus fail to form the DNA in the correct way, and then they fail to form the cell in the correct way. That's what I think is an explanation, very sadly for cancer. What do I want to say about technology? Well, here's the thing, because some of you weirdos out there will say that the man drives the car. To which I say, well, not really. We can equally see it as the car driving the man. Now, why is that? Well, because according to what I've presented in this thesis, I've said that everything that is happening on planet Earth is caused by the stars, because the Earth is in a neutralization process with the stars. And it is this neutralization process which causes man to appear on the surface of the Earth. It also causes cars to appear on the surface of the Earth. But if you really don't like that explanation, maybe you can accept this, which is that the laws of physics are fixed. So everything is predetermined. So even if you don't believe it's all caused by the stars, you can at least accept that everything is predetermined. So am I making sense yet? See, because some of you will say, oh, I was in my house and then I decided I wanted to go to the shop for some cigarettes. So I got into my car, I drove to the shop, I got some cigarettes, got back in my car and drove it home. And you will say that you were in charge of this process. I dispute this. I don't see why we can't equally say that the car wanted to go for a ride to the shop, and so it decided to drive off, and in this process of driving away, it first attracted the driver to it. So the man came out of his house and into the car, and then the car drove away with the man inside it to the shop. And then at this point, for some reason we don't quite understand, it decided to repulse the man out of the car. And then later on, it attracted the man back into the car. And then the car drove home. And then when it got home, it repulsed the man out of the car. What's wrong with that explanation? Because look, I think everything's directed by the stars, but even if you don't agree with that, if everything is directed by the laws of physics, if we believe in such a thing as the laws of physics, then it is no more, you can't say that the man makes all the decisions and the car is along for the ride any more than you can say that the car makes all of the decisions and the man is just along for the ride. Now look, some of you might say, this doesn't make any sense because I've got free will. Well, again, I don't think you do have free will. I don't think any of us have got free will. I think we're trapped into a game which is governed by the laws of physics. If we believe in laws of physics, but if we don't believe in laws of physics, then we need to, that's a separate philosophical consideration. But if we're putting our science hats on, I guess we kind of have to believe in the laws of physics, in which case everything is determined. But so look, let's suppose I get up in the morning and I think, shall I go to the shops? Nah. Oh, maybe I should. Nah, I'm not going to go to the shops. Oh, maybe I should go to the shops. And then I go to the shops. You might say that I made the decision to go to the shops. But really what I will say is that I was always destined to go to the shops, and it was just that I didn't know that that was going to happen until very close to the event itself. And in the build up to the event of going to the shops, it still wasn't clear. It was only resolved at a later time. So I personally say that I was always, if I get up one morning and hum and ha and then eventually decide to go to the shops, actually what was really happening is that I was always destined to go to the shops, and it was only at the last minute that I truly found out about this. So that's what I think. But But anyway, all of this has implications because, people often say, can machines ever develop consciousness? To which I say, human beings are also just robots in some ways because we are governed by the laws of physics in the same way that robots are. And look, you might say that humans make cars, humans make robots. Again, no, we don't have to see it like this. In my opinion, a lump of metal is in the ground. Eventually it comes to the surface. Then it turns itself into a car. And along the way, when the lump of metal is coming to the surface, when the lump of metal is turning itself into a car, it might attract humans over to it as part of the process. And those humans might be attracted over to the car, and they start to touch the car and to shape the car and to shape the metal, etc., etc. But in real terms, I don't see any reason why we would say they created the car. In some ways, the car created itself and just attracted humans over, so that, as the car was creating itself, humans were on hand. You could see it like that. But anyway, given all of this, I talked before about how when heavy technological objects arrive on the surface of the Earth, biological objects degrade. And the ultimate end game of all of that is that eventually humans will have to leave the Earth, or perish, or perhaps become cyborg, fusing with technological objects. So in the long run, humans only have three options. They either leave the Earth and go to the stars as part of the neutralization process I was talking about at the beginning. But if they stay on Earth, they will probably perish and disappear. Or it might be that they can meld with technological objects and become cyborgs. But the ultimate thing is that robots will eventually take over the Earth. And people, again, we can come back to the question, but will robots really be like humans? Well, the answer is yes, because they're all governed by the stars. The stars are in control of this process, or that it's all governed by the laws of physics. So yeah, robots will just be like human beings. And the point is, because these robots, and you see it today with robots looking very much like human beings, but because the star is creating the human being and the star is also creating the robot, eventually it's understandable that the robot will just look like the human being. So the robots of today will be the human beings of tomorrow, which then begs the question, are we human beings today, not just the robots of yesterday? And if that's true, maybe we human beings today are just the robots of a previous generation of human beings who are made up of lighter atoms than us. But anyway, here's a new topic then. Here's another topic. What causes the shape of animals? What causes the shape of animals? This is ridiculously interesting and ridiculously easy to explain. The default shape of any object is a sphere, okay? Why is that? It goes back to the laws of physics I was talking about earlier. The default shape of any object is a sphere. Okay, so that's the first thing. So if we're trying to understand what the shape of an animal will be, the first thing we need to start with is say, well, the default shape of it will be a sphere. However, we know that the animals are moving. Why do we know the animals are moving? Because we know they're spiraling out of the Earth. We know that, like a hammer, they are spiraling out of the Earth. They're going around the Earth and around the Earth and around the Earth, around the Earth. They're going quite fast as well. And spheres which move become elongated. Spheres which move become elongated. You all know what a comet is, right? A comet essentially, I think, is just like a rock, right? So it's a comet is a sphere which is moving, and thus it becomes elongated, and it looks like this sperm. And it's not just that it becomes elongated, it becomes what I call front-loaded. meaning that all the heavy atoms cluster towards the front of the object. So any object has as its default shape a sphere. But if that sphere is moving, it becomes elongated, and it also becomes front-loaded. So this is so bloody easy. Here's my bloody diagram. I've got a sphere which then elongates as it moves and becomes front-loaded. And you can see down here what this becomes. So when the sphere moves, it elongates and it becomes front-loaded. And this means that we get all these different sections. So you get, at the back, you get the tail, then you get the body, then you get the head. So the sphere elongates and becomes front-loaded as it moves, and that creates a tail to the sphere, and then also a body and a head. So the head is at the front of this elongated sphere, the body behind, and then finally the tail. And actually, the eye is to the body. Sorry, the eye is to the head, what the head is to the body, what the body is to the tail. So the ultimate front of this moving sphere is the eye. So do you see how very fucking easily we come to explain why all the animals on planet Earth have virtually the same body structure? Because if you look at a crocodile, it's got the same body shape as a lion, which has got the same body shape as a turtle, which has got the same body shape as, a fish, or, a frog. All animals basically look the same. They all basically have the same body shape, but it's just because of this. It's so bloody easy. If you didn't understand what I was saying, well, first of all, I'm going to give you detention, because you're being really bloody slow. But you see go over this again, because it's so ridiculously simple. What is not simple, however, is why we have two eyes. That's a much more difficult question, which I'm not even going to attempt to talk about here. Now, why do arms and legs form? Well, because biological objects which are close to the Earth, they can't help but drop streams down to the Earth, if it's close. So a crocodile has arms and legs because it's just inevitable that it drops some streams down onto the Earth. And when it drops these streams down back into the Earth, its arms and legs form. So that's why we get arms and legs. Why do fish don't have legs then? Why don't fish have legs? Well, because fish are high up above the land. Fish essentially are floating in the water in the same way that, in a similar way in which insects float in the air. But fish really are floating above the land. They're not connected to it. So fish are floating well above the land. That's why they don't have legs. And actually, look, if you see birds, some of you will say that birds have legs. I say that when a bird goes into the air, it doesn't seem to have legs. Just as when an aeroplane goes into the air, it doesn't seem to have legs. And some of you will say, yes, but the bird is just tucking its legs and the aeroplane is just tucking its legs. So they've both really got legs, but they're just tucking them away inside their bodies. To which I say, yeah, but that's like having no legs. It's like their body is assuming a shape which is legless. And I think the point is that if the bird was able to stay up in the air all of that time, then I think its legs would just meld back into its body and it would lose its legs. The fact that the bird regularly comes down to land means that the legs are pulled out of its body because of the presence of the land, which demands that some streams are sent down to it, for reasons I won't really go into here. But the point I'm trying to make is, if the bird could stay in the air perpetually, the legs would be tucked into its body forever, and eventually the bird would generally not have legs. But the fact that the bird regularly comes down to earth and near to the land means that it perpetually is in the position of dropping down streams to the land beneath it, and thus it unfurls its legs on a regular basis. Some of you will not like the fact that I treat birds and aeroplanes in the same category, because you will say the bird was designed by nature, but the aeroplane was designed by man. But go back to what I was just saying. I would say both are designed by nature. Both are designed by nature because the stars are in control, or because the laws of physics are in control. So I can just come here as an alien, and I can look upon a bird and look upon a plane and consider them to be two similar objects. And I don't have to be bothered if you call one a life form and the other an invented machine. I can just look at them, I can just look at them as an alien and observe their behaviors. But to come back to the legs, one thing which people in evolution often go on about is the whale's secret legs. If you don't know, if you get a whale and you cut it up and you cut inside of it, it has these sort of little appendages at its back which look like feet. And this often, people then often say this is proof of evolution. But what I would say, by the way, just there might be some idiots who think I'm denying evolution exists or something because they, because he's a right-wing conspiracy nut. But anyway, what I think, the reason that the whales has these vestigial legs, would you call them that? The reason that the whale has these vestigial legs or limbs or whatever they are is because the whale, the object which is the whale, is a bit confused as to whether it should put out legs. Because whales are heavy creatures. So unlike fish, there might be good reasons why a whale might be under, according to the laws of physics, might be under pressure to drop down streams towards the land. And because it is under this pressure, it might form some tiny legs which aren't really visible, but which are sort of, pseudo legs. Because for whatever reasons of the laws of physics, which I don't want to go into here, the land beneath the whale is sort of saying, can you send me some streams down? And the laws of physics say, okay, we can sort of do this, or we can possibly do this, or maybe we'll do this, but we're not quite sure. And that's why you get these vestigial legs forming in the whale, which is similar to the situation with the bird or the aeroplane, where when they go up in the air, they tuck their legs and the legs disappear. And then when they come down to land on the earth, the legs come out. So all of these things can be seen within stream theory. Or I will say here, I didn't really explain why it is that the land can demand some streams from an object like an animal. It's to do with recycling of streams, which is a very it's more complex. It's not, this is the dummies version of stream theory that I'm giving you here. What about gravity then? Let's say something about gravity. There's not much longer to go in this boring bloody lecture, but there's still a few topics, so hang on. Gravity, 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 gravity. What can we say? What can we say about gravity? Good old gravity. Never really liked it, to be honest. But let's ask some questions about gravity. Why don't people fall into the earth? Because you see people falling down sinkholes, or you see people falling down canyons. So in our heads, I think we have this idea that if only the ground would sort of open up, we would fall all the way down into the center of the earth, and we would never stop. If such a hole existed, we would fall down that hole right to the center of the earth going, ah! So that's one question I've got. Why doesn't this happen? Or does this really happen as we think? But here's a second question. Why do I feel more gravity at the top of a tall building? Now, physicists will tell you that the higher you go above the earth, the less gravity operates. But here's the thing, right? If I go up to a skyscraper, to the top of a skyscraper, and then I walk along a tightrope from one skyscraper to another, and I look down as I'm going, I am fucking telling you that gravity, the gravity acting on me at that point is much bigger than the gravity down on planet Earth, down on the surface of the Earth. I mean, really, right? I mean, when you're on the surface of the Earth, does anyone think, oh my God, gravity's going to knock me over? Whereas when you're at the top of a skyscraper, or, and you just look out the window and look down, you think, holy fuck, I'm going to fall. Oh my God, I'm going to fall. So that doesn't make sense to me on an intuitive level. I can imagine there'll be some experts saying, yeah, but actually you've kind of misunderstood there. Well, I'm going to be childish. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. But the point is, I mean, come on. I know eventually if I leave the Earth, I won't feel any gravity. But if I go up a certain length, if I go up a certain height, it's a sure thing I'm coming down again at some point soon. But, I'm asking some childish questions, which I feel entitled to ask because physicists didn't bother to try and understand molecular biology of the cell. And so I started to have a lower opinion of them in recent times. Here's a third question, which is similar to what I just said, which is, why don't planets fall into stars? So those are some questions we can ask about gravity. But I think if we think of things in terms of my theory, doesn't a lot of things make sense? Because here we go back to it. Here is the Earth. Here is a star. They're engaging in a neutralization process. Atoms go in one direction, photons go in the other. And if we think about this, well, there's going to be a phase when, so these atoms form into objects. These objects then go around and around and around and around the Earth, and eventually, like a hammer being thrown across the athletics field, they move over to the star. And if we understand all of that, then we can understand why a lot of objects on the planet Earth, for a lot of times, feel gravity or are subject to gravity. But then we can also understand why certain objects defy gravity, why rockets defy gravity, why aeroplanes and birds seem to defy gravity. So I think my scheme makes more sense of it. And if we come back to it, right, it seems to me, right, to come back to the first two questions I posed here, right, how many times do we ever see humans going underground? Well, we basically don't. I mean, miners will do it, but they're a very small subset of the population. And you get these extreme sport people who will also go caving or whatever. But again, they're a tiny subset. Most of us never go underground. And if we do in some way go underground, we are very quickly repulsed back upwards, back up to the surface. I've been underground before and I've panicked and I thought, I've got to get to the surface. Can't do this. And some of you will say, that's psychological. That's a psychological thing, to which I say, it's the laws of physics, because everything's made up of photons and electrons. So actually, it's the laws of physics, which is when I try to go down into the Earth, I'm being pushed back up. So it's the laws of physics. It's not a psychological thing, because we don't want, Or if it is a psychological thing, we can understand that in terms of the laws of physics. So I'm just interested in the laws of physics. Everything's made of protons and electrons. I'm an object made of protons and electrons. When I go down into the earth, I'm immediately pushed back up. And so are most people. And similarly, when I go up to the top of the skyscraper and I'm on the tightrope, I'm going to very quickly come down. So it seems to me that humans are in orbit of the Earth, and if we violate this orbit by either going above it or beneath it, we very quickly return to the orbit. If we go up above the orbit, we're quickly brought down, and if we go beneath the orbit, we're very quickly brought back up. That's what it seems to me. Of course, it's not really an orbit, it's a spiral, but for all intents and purposes, it's a very tight spiral, so we can call it an orbit. But that seems to me to be what is going on there. That humans occupy an orbit, and if we violate that orbit, we are then corrected and brought back to that orbit. If we go too high, we come down. If we go beneath the orbit, we are brought back up. And that's true of all objects. I mean, you will say, though, it's because we're connected to the land. But I don't think that's the chief issue. Because, look, if we think about fish in the sea, fish are just floating in the sea. They're not connected to the land. They're not standing on the land. And I say again, most fish will occupy a very steady orbit. And if they go above that orbit, they will be brought back down. And if they go beneath that orbit, they will be brought back up. I think that's true that fish in the oceans occupy fairly standard levels or standard depths. Maybe that, I don't know that for sure. I'm guessing that it's true on some level, but I maybe I could be a bit wrong with that. But even so, I think the point holds. So that's how I'd see gravity. But anyway. Let me just say this. There's still some way to go, but we are closing in on a finish at some point soon. There might be, dare I say, there's half an hour. It might just be 20 minutes. I just want to understand something about planetary orbit because I'm going to relate it to quantum physics. So I just want you to think of one object orbiting another. I'm not going to commit to what they are. Let's just say that one object is in orbit of the other. Maybe it's a moon going around a planet. Maybe it's a planet going around a star. But one object is orbiting another. Now, this object has got streams running through it. So the object that is orbiting has streams coming into the back of it, and then these same streams coming out the front of it, right? So the object which is in orbit has streams coming into the back of it, and these streams then move out of the front of it. Now, these streams from the orbiting object must be sent, or some of these streams must be sent to the bigger object that is being orbited, right? So the object that is orbiting must send some of its streams to the bigger object that is being orbited. Now, this bigger object has a backside and a front side. And if you just think about it, the streams which the orbiting object is sending to the backside of the object which is being orbited, these streams are going to converge. Why? Just think about it. It's because the backside of the orbited object is a long way away. The backside of the orbited object is a long way away, and so the streams which are coming to the backside are converging. They're converging to a point. Now, what about the streams that the orbiting object is sending to the object that is being orbited? Well, these streams are going to diverge. Why? Because the front side of the orbited object is right next to the orbiting object. So the object which is in orbit will send streams to the front side of the object, that is at the center, that is being orbited. And because this front side is near, these streams will diverge. Well, so in the first place, this is an easy way to then understand why the object is indeed in orbit. Because provided the object in orbit wants to maintain its integrity and not break up, it must follow the path as laid out to it by the convergent streams. If it follows the path as laid out to it by the divergent streams, it will break up, it will break apart, and it will crash on the surface of the planet that it was orbiting. I hope I'm explaining this well, because it's a really nice thing to understand. But you see, okay, let's just suppose we have a rock orbiting a planet. The rock has streams coming into the back of it and going out of the front of it. And the rock that is in orbit is going to send some of these streams to the planet that it is orbiting. And it's going to send the streams to the backside and to the front side. Now, when it sends them to the backside, the streams converge. They converge because the backside of the planet is a long way away. On the other hand, the streams that the rock sends to the front side of the planet, they are going to diverge. And that is because the front side of the planet is close to the rock. Now, because ultimately the rock must follow some of its streams, if it follows the streams which are diverging, the rock will break apart. It will break apart and sort of crash land on the planet. On the other hand, if it follows the streams which are converging, the rock will maintain its integrity, and at the same time, it will orbit the planet. And because the rock basically, in a lot of cases, wants to maintain its integrity, or because the atoms in it want to still remain in the rock, according to the laws of physics mentioned earlier before, because of that, we can understand why the rock goes into orbit around the planet. So anyway, maybe it's very late in the hour to be trying to explain about this, but I can't tell you how nice this is to understand and how easy it is to understand when you think about it. We can understand why the rock wants to orbit the planet rather than crashing down into it, because of the fact that the streams that the rock sends to the backside of the planet converge, and the streams that the rock sends to the front side of the planet diverge. So that's one thing. But here's another thing, because if you think about all of this, we can apply it to quantum physics to understand why there are only 2 electrons in a shell, or in lots of shells, in all shells. I don't want to make mistakes when I'm talking about quantum physics, but certainly it is often the case, or always the case, that in quantum physics, or in atoms, you can only have 2 electrons in a shell. And if you think about it, if you go back to these diagrams, right, what happens is that when you have 1 electron, so let's imagine that if we come back to this picture, this is this thing which I was calling a rock in orbit of a planet. Now let's imagine it's an electron in orbit of a nucleus. Well, when you have one electron, you're sending streams to the backside and also streams to the front side. Now, when you put a second electron in there, it basically just works that both electrons are just about sending streams to the backside. But the point is that when you put 3 electrons in orbit, none of these electrons are sending streams to the backside of the nucleus because there's 3 of them. So they've got it all covered from all angles. And what that means is that each electron simply sends streams to the front side, to the sort of, you know, to the, what am I looking for? To the 120 degrees that are beneath it. So when you've got 3 electrons in an orbit, each electron is just sending streams down to the 120 degrees of the nucleus, which is sort of beneath it. There is, each electron is simply sending streams to the front side of the nucleus, to that side of the nucleus which they are near to. And it is because of that that very quickly, immediately, one of these, well, all of these electrons will fall down. They'll all fall down towards the nucleus, like a comet suddenly falling to Earth. So if you put 3 electrons in the nucleus, they will fall down. But very quickly, the system will correct itself so that you only have 2 electrons in the orbit. And when you've got, you know, and the third one will remain higher up. So, you know, so when you put 3 in, very quickly, they'll all fall down to the nucleus. And in particular, 2 will fall in closer to the nucleus and develop a new orbit. And 1, the third electron, will stay further away. And then we get back to the system whereby, you know, when you have 2 electrons surrounding a nucleus, they can sort of, it just about works that they can send streams to the backside of the nucleus, and that is what keeps them from falling and keeps them in orbit. So that is an application of what I'm saying to quantum physics. Just to be clear, because I talked earlier about how every atom is really a stream of atoms. Well, and by the same token, every electron is a stream of electrons. But that said, that's not what we're talking about here. So I should have mentioned, it's also in my thesis that we can just keep breaking down everything. So an electron is a huge fucking object which is made up of some tiny particles which stream through it. So an electron is a huge object which is made up of yet tinier objects, or you know subparticles which are absolutely tiny in comparison to the electron, and these tiny particles stream through the electron. And that's why what I've told you all makes sense, whether we're talking about planets or whether we're talking about electrons. Okay, there's not much further to go, but this is a really interesting topic: language. Language is very interesting. Why does language occur? Because look, if you're a human being, oh, by the way, let me just say something. Did you see when we covered gravity and I was talking about how if you go up a height, you're violating your orbit, so you're very quickly brought down by the laws of physics. And if you go down into the ground, you're violating your orbit, so the laws of physics very quickly bring you back to the surface. All laws of physics, all about the laws of physics, right? And yet, you know, how would, if we think about how modern science might explain these things, they would talk about psychological factors. Oh, you went up a height and you got what's it called? I was going to say schizophrenia. You went up a height and you got, what do you get when you're up a height? What's that? You know, what do they call it? What disease do you get if you go up a height? And when you get, you know, they often say when you go down into the ground, you get claustrophobic. And then when you go up into the up a height, you get vertigo. So thank you people in the chat. I managed to remember before you got to me. Thank you people in the chat for telling me about vertigo. But of course, and what I'm saying is, so that's how modern science might explain these things. It's certainly how psychologists might explain these things. But I'm saying for us in Ludus Vitae, we don't have to be bothered with this. We can just say it's all laws of physics. We can just override those psychological issues. And that I wanted to point that out. But anyway, let's come to language. When we think, you know, when we speak, I think, and this was one of the nice parts of the thesis where I felt like I had a revelation. But when we speak, when scientists think about speaking, We tend to think it's a conscious effort. It involves a lot of thinking, etc., etc. I want to show you it's just totally natural. Language occurs because two objects neutralize with each other. Neutralization being one of the key processes that occurs in the universe on a macro level between the Earth and the stars, but also on a micro level between different objects on planet Earth, and especially between, objects which we might call similar, like two human beings. So this is honestly, I hope you understand the point here that I'm making, because it's so unbelievably simple. Let's imagine we've got two cells, right? Two identical cells. If we take two identical cells and one gets fed chemicals, what will happen? We've got two identical cells and one cell gets fed some chemicals. What happens? And again, you don't even have to understand anything about my neutralization effect to understand what will probably happen, which is the chemicals will go from this, or some of the chemicals will go from the cell that got them and move over to the cell that didn't get them. There'll be a sharing of the chemicals, which is like diffusion or whatever. There'll be a sharing of the chemicals. So it's not difficult to understand that if we have two identical cells and one of them gets some chemicals, some of these chemicals will then move over to the second cell that didn't get the chemicals. And my contention is that the first part of this process amounts to speaking, and the second part amounts to feeding. So if we examine what is going on here in this neutralization process, in the first instance, it will be as if the cell that got fed says to the other cell, hey, there's some food and I'm eating it. Do you want some? That's basically what's going on here. But it's not, I'm not saying the cells are alive. I mean, biologists will say they're alive. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're a collection of protons and electrons who are undergoing this neutralization effect. And it is this neutralization effect which will, if we want to interpret it as such, it's like the first cell will say to the second cell, I've got some food, do you want some? And the second cell might say yes, and then the food will be shared. But I'm not saying the cells are alive. Biologists will say, but the cells are alive. They're literally alive. And I'm saying, no, they're just, it's just protons and electrons. But essentially, they are communicating with each other just by default because of the laws of physics. So that's my contention. But I'm sure I'm right. I'm sure I'm right about this. That's because, by the way, I think someone did do some research and said that cells were very clever and they could communicate with each other. But I'm confident it just happens in this way. It happens because two identical cells undergo, we've got two identical cells, one becomes different, gains chemicals, loses chemicals, and then they re-neutralize with each other. And in the first instance of this neutralization process, they talk to each other about what is going to happen. Anyway, let's suppose we've got two twins, right? We've got two twins. One goes out of the house and it sees a crocodile. So what happens? So when the twin sees the crocodile, he neutralizes with the crocodile. He neutralizes with the crocodile. He exchanges streams with the crocodile, which means that the twin that saw the crocodile is now different to the twin that stayed at home. So when the twin that sees the crocodile goes home, he needs to re-neutralize with the twin that never left home. So the twin that saw the crocodile neutralizes with the twin that stayed at home. And the manifestation of this neutralization effect is that the twin that saw the twin that went outside says to the twin who stayed at home, I have just seen a crocodile. And actually, if you think about it, when the second twin hears the words, I have just seen a crocodile, he'll immediately get an image of a crocodile into his head. And that is because at that precise moment, the twin that saw the crocodile has essentially guided the twin that didn't see the crocodile. He's guided his streams from his eyes to the crocodile. So the twin inside the house is now sending streams outside of the house to the crocodile, which might be some distance away. And so now the twin that stayed at home sees the crocodile in his mind's eye. But the point is, this corresponds to the time where the twin that did go outside says, I saw a crocodile. So I'm going to repeat that again because I think this is really interesting. Twin A sees a crocodile. He comes back home and says to twin B, I saw a crocodile. But all that's really happening is that twin A goes outside, neutralizes with a crocodile, comes back home and re-neutralizes with the twin that stayed at home. And the way that manifests is that the twin that went outside says, I saw a crocodile. That's, if you can understand what I'm saying, I think it's a ridiculously interesting thing. But maybe I didn't explain it properly. So the point is that language is innate. We don't need to think to do it or to decide to do it. We just do it naturally, in the same way that diffusion occurs. Diffusion, which is kind of a bog, it's neutralization. So we are electromagnetic objects which neutralize with each other, and this manifests as speaking. But it is innate. We don't need to think about it. And you see, when you think of it in these terms, this is why I believe even little cells must be saying quite complex things to each other. And I do think when I first started investigating all of this, I'm sure someone did do some investigation into cells talking to each other and found that it was complex. So tiny cells, I think, are complex communicators. And if they are, then sure as hell, you can imagine that animals are. Of course, we sort of not know this with birds. But I think it must apply to everyone. And the only thing, what would limit bird language or squirrel language or dog language? I think the only thing that would limit it would be... the only thing that would limit it would be how intelligent the animal was. But let me say this: an animal's ability to communicate is totally proportional to its intelligence. So to the extent that an animal is clever, it is also utterly able to communicate with its fellow species, with fellow members of its species. That's what I'd say. Why do we get foreign languages? Why is French different from German? Why do the French speak French and the Germans speak German? French and German are really quite dissimilar languages. Well, it's simple, because Germany and France are different land masses, and they're traveling at different speeds or different directions, even if to the naked eye, they seem to be traveling at the same speed in the same direction. But I conjecture that something is up there. Either the land masses are moving at different speeds in different directions, or maybe it's a case of the streams moving through the different land masses are moving in different speeds in different directions. But something is going on there. I don't think are there any? Yeah. Well, there's certainly sort of tectonic activity between France and Germany, even if there aren't really any earthquakes. I don't think there's any earthquakes. Let's presume there's no earthquakes, but there's certainly mountain ranges between the two, like the Alps. So there must be a bit of, bouncing about between the two land masses. But even if that wasn't true, I think we can go to the level of streams and say that the stream speed through the the atoms in France are different to the stream speeds of the atoms in Germany, and that will be enough to cause this problem. Although I don't want to go into it much more than that, and some of you might have questions to ask about that. So we don't have that much further to go, but let me explain this. Some of you may know that recently, or not so recently, I think it was 2015. Do you know how everyone says, "Oh my God, there's so much plastic on the planet. Oh my God, and it's not biodegradable. We're fucked. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Well, I think it was in 2015. Was it some Japanese scientists discovered a bacteria that eats plastics, and they said, "Hallelujah, praise the Lord. We finally find, a bacteria has finally developed or come into existence which can devour plastic or digest plastic." But of course, for us, as with all our ideas in our head, we are not surprised by this. And why is that? Well, it's basic. So let's just, all we have to do here is think back to the neutralization process. The neutralization process between Earth and star. Now, if we just think of the original state of the Earth is that it is made up of concentric rings, and the inner rings contain heavier atoms, and the outer rings contain lighter atoms. And the point is that in the original state of the Earth, everything is in lumpen form. So you will get lumpen carbon inside of the Earth. You will get a blob of carbon and only carbon. You'll get these big lumps of carbon, which are nothing but carbon. And you'll get big lumps of oxygen, which are nothing but oxygen. And you'll get big lumps of nitrogen, which are nothing but nitrogen. Then, of course, in the neutralization process with the star, oxygen and nitrogen and carbon are brought to the surface. And when they get to the surface, they start intermingling. And that is when you get something like plastic forming. Because plastic is essentially, it's made of hydrocarbons, right? So look, I think plastic's made of carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. Is that right? To smaller degrees. Don't quote me on the precise nature of this. But the point is, what else do we know? We know that in our process, this lump of plastic, the streams in this lump of plastic will eventually go on to intertwine with each other. So to repeat, streams of carbon, streams of oxygen, and streams of nitrogen come to the surface of the Earth, and as they come to the surface of the Earth, they intermingle. And in the first instance, they form plastic, but then in the second instance, in time, they will form biological objects. And the point is that as these streams start to form biological objects, they will less form the plastic. So the stream starts in the side of the Earth. You start with carbon in lumpen form, oxygen in lumpen form, nitrogen in lumpen form. They then rise to the surface and start to intermingle. And phase one of this intermingling is that they form plastic. And then phase two of this intermingling is that they form biological life. And the point is that as these streams create more and more biological life, there will be less of them available to form the plastic. So in rough terms, it's really like the plastic simply mutates into life. And I can hear my detractors piping up at this point, so let me explain. But just to repeat, what our theory says is that the some of the plastic essentially breaks, disappears and turns into little cells or life. Now, my detractors will jump all over me for this. And let me be clear, because I don't, as if we go to the current situation where bacteria have developed that digest plastic, I'm not saying that the plastic simply that little parts of the plastic spontaneously generated into bacteria, which gives the appearance that the bacteria are digesting the plastic. I'm saying that's true in principle. In practice, what will have happened here is that the plastic will have been in existence. It will have had bacteria on its surface, and these bacteria will have been ever so slightly tinkered with or modified and become, and then started digesting the plastic. So that's what will have happened. Let me be clear again. In this situation, the plastic exists, normal bacteria then come to its surface, and in time, these normal bacteria modify into the bacteria that can digest plastic. And by the way, that happens precisely because of our theory. The reason that the normal bacteria modify into the plastic digesting bacteria is because the streams running from the plastic to the normal bacteria, they change a bit. But I don't want to get bogged down in this. However, let's just imagine a world in which there were no bacteria, right? Then in that case, I do think it's true that we could say the plastic would just spontaneously generate, we could just say that the plastic, some of the plastic would disappear and it would be replaced by bacteria, thus giving the illusion that a new bacteria has arisen on the scene and is digesting the plastic. But that would really be an illusion. So to repeat, if there were no bacteria in the world, then we would have the situation where the streams in the plastic would eventually start turning into bacteria, and so we would have the appearance of a new bacteria appearing on the plastic and appearing to digest the plastic, even though in reality, the plastic is just disappearing and being replaced by a bacteria. But because of the fact that in the real world, bacteria already exist, it doesn't happen that way. And in the real world, the plastic comes into existence, bacteria end up on the end of it, and in the process, what actually happens is that the existing bacteria are simply modified into bacteria, which digest plastic. But I still say it's an illusion to say that the plastic is being digested. What is really happening is that the streams in the plastic are less, so that you get less plastic, and the streams that were, well, there's a certain amount of streams in the plastic, and some of those streams are going to instead intertwine in such a way that they create a bacteria, so that the end result is that there's less plastic and more bacteria. I do believe these bacteria that are eating the plastic, I do believe that's an illusion to some extent, and that it is. We can say that the plastic is turning into these bacteria. Yikes! I can see my detractors getting angry about this, but let me say something about spontaneous generation, because this really annoys me. This really fucking annoys me, because spontaneous generation has been outlawed in science for a long time. But I mean, for fuck's sake, this is not, we're not living in 1800. This is the 21st century, and we're not ancient Greeks. We're not ancient Greeks who say, oh, life is a different thing to non-life. It's two different things made up of different elements. We're not ancient Greeks. We have the periodic table. We know that the atoms in the atoms in plastic are very similar to the atoms in bacteria. They're just a rearrangement of the same atoms, more or less, right? So is it really ridiculous to think in terms of spontaneous generation? I mean, is that really ridiculous? because all you're really doing is just rearranging atoms. I mean, yes, I know that the atoms in a bacteria are more complex than in plastic, but anyway, I imagine I might get some grief for all of what I've said in this section. And also I'm thinking, I don't know plastic as well as I should. And I'm not quite sure of the chemical composition, but it is made up of carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen, right? Well, in any case, I'm confident that if it comes to it, I can defend what I'm saying. Let me just briefly say something about mimicry. I didn't really want to talk about this, but someone asked me a question about this yesterday. So let's talk about it. You can see a picture in front of you of a hoverfly and a bee. And what some of you might not even understand the business of mimicry. So let me just explain that. In the animal kingdom, okay, first of all, what do we know about bees? They sting us. And so because bees sting, we human beings stay away from them. Now, hoverflies don't have a sting, but they look like a bee. And so because of that, you might think, oh my God, if you see a hoverfly, you might think, oh my God, it's a bee. And so you run away from it because you're absolutely bloody terrified of getting stung. But the hoverfly doesn't have a sting. So in this way, the hoverfly, it's taking advantage of human beings. It's scaring the shit out of human beings so that they stay away from it. And yet it doesn't have a sting. Can you imagine that? You've been cheated. If you've ever run away from a hoverfly, which happens to me every day, you've actually been cheated because it doesn't have a sting. But anyway, how do classical scientists explain all of this? I'm not really quite sure. I'm guessing they say, oh, humans learn that, one day a bee has a sting, and then they tell other human beings, and because we can recognize it, we keep away from bees. They've got the yellow and black features. You know what? But then that explanation doesn't really make sense when you think about animals, because what happens, if a fox is stung by a bee, does it go home and tell the other foxes? And then the other foxes mistake hoverflies for bees. I mean, I know I've just said that foxes talk to each other, but I'm looking at this from the perspective of classical science. I'm not quite sure what the classical science explanation would be quite, but I guess it's saying that animals have instincts, and once they've developed the instinct to stay away from the bee, they will also stay away from the hoverfly, which benefits the hoverfly. But anyway, how would we explain this using ludus vitae? You know what? As I said the other day, this is not, I'm not totally sure of this, but I wanted to include this section because someone asked me. So this is what I'd say. If two objects look the same, then there is some chance that they are similar. If two objects are superficially the same, then there is some chance that they are profoundly the same. If their outer surface is the same, there is some chance that their inner core is also the same. So what if we just act like aliens and ask the question, what if we look at planet Earth and we see a human and it comes near to a bee, we might observe that the human repulses away from the bee. So if we are aliens and we're looking at planet Earth, we might see whenever a human comes near a bee, there is a repulsion effect, and the human moves away from the bee. And similarly, we might also observe that when human beings come close to hoverflies, there is a repulsion effect, and the human being moves away from the hoverfly. So in this instance, we, the aliens, would observe that hoverflies and bees are superficially the same. And then when we notice that they both repulse humans, we might say, well, if they're superficially the same, there's some chance that they are profoundly the same. And so we shouldn't be surprised that they have the same effect on a human, which is to repulse it. So that's what I'd say. Of course, If you go to the insides of a hoverfly, you won't find a sting. If you go to the deep insides of a bee, you will find a sting. So they're not ultimately the same. But the fact that they are superficially similar means that there is some chance that they are profoundly similar to some extent. And so we shouldn't be surprised that these two objects, which look the same, have a same effect on a human being, which is to repulse it. So that's what I'd say. Why do women give birth? Let me just put the light on for a second. Why do women give birth? Why do women give birth? You know, why is it that women give birth? It's easy. It's because of the surface area to volume problem. The surface area to volume problem. Look, if you're a young girl and you get into trouble and you have to explain to your father or your doctor or whatever, you know, why you've conceived a baby, all you have to say to them is that it's happened because of the surface area to volume problem. That's why women give birth. What happens to a woman? Well, first of all, she's a girl. A woman starts off life as a little girl. Then she grows, and then she grows again. And then eventually she grows so much that she splits in half because of the surface area to volume problem. That's why women give birth. The fact, because some of you are saying, well, surely isn't a man involved? Well, you know, it's neither here nor there. That's just, you know, the fact that before a woman gives birth, you know, or 9 months before a woman gives birth, a man happens to come very close to her, you know, and do things to her. You know, that's just a simultaneous event. Because look, everything is guided by the stars. And if we believe in the laws of physics, everything is predetermined. So to say that the cause of a woman having a baby is that a man got her pregnant, I don't buy that. It's, if a woman gives birth, it's because she was always destined to give birth. It's because the stars predestined it, or the laws of physics predestined it. The fact that 9 months before that birth, a man turned up and, you know, did things to her, that's just a simultaneous event. You know, it's like, you know, because probably before a woman gives birth, or 9 months before a woman gives birth, she puts on lipstick. So, but does the lipstick cause her to have the baby? So I hope, well, anyway, I'm in court next week because I've got child maintenance to pay. And I'm hoping that argument is going to make sense to the judge. So, you know, let's hope that works, lads. But yes, that's all that happens. And I will say, because I'm making a serious point here, because it's very difficult in biology. It's very difficult to understand the process of sexual reproduction, and also to link that to asexual reproduction. But I think one key thing you can do in trying to understand sexual reproduction is just to forget about the man and to understand that what's really governing it all is that the woman is dividing in two because of the surface area to volume problem. And so some of you will say, but what about women that don't give birth? To which I will say, well, yeah, they were just predestined by the stars not to grow to a certain level. So the woman, you know, a woman starts off as a girl and then she grows and she grows and she grows. But if there's a limit on her growth, she won't give birth. Why would there be a limit on her growth? Well, that's a more complicated question. But that's essentially what I'm saying is happening. So let's now come to some, you know, I just want to study groups of animals. So this is a picture of a herd of deer. We're nearly finished, by the way. We are nearly finished. So this is a herd of deer. What I want again to think about is I want to think about animals clustering together. So this there's a load of errors on this slide, but I talked before about how we can think of rabbits as being comets. So we can think of rabbits as being, we have comets. Well, what do I want to say? You know how there's rocks? Do they call them meteorites? I don't know. Let's just say there are rocks in orbit of the Earth, or there's satellites in orbit of the Earth. And we can think of rabbits and foxes as also being in orbit of the Earth. And indeed, if we have a collection of rabbits, then this collection of rabbits is orbiting the Earth in tandem or in near synchronized orbits. So that's another thing in all of this, that when animals form into groups, they're not just orbiting the Earth, they're orbiting the Earth in near similar orbits. And that's an important conceptual thing to help you understand what's going on. The other thing I should say, by the way, is that in my thesis, I talk about objects. Honestly, it's a very ill-defined thing, because a collection of objects can also be an object. And especially one thing we want to do is we want to think of a collection of rabbits as being one object, or a collection of deer as being one object. A herd of deer, we can think of that as an object. A warren of rabbits, is that what they call it? I don't know what they call it. So maybe it's not a warren, but a collection of rabbits we can also think of as one object. Indeed, a village of human beings we can also think of as one object. And once you get into the business of thinking as a collection of human beings as one object, or a collection of rabbits as one object, or a collection of deer as one object, then you can start to say some important things about this group. So here, if you look at this amazing diagram, all of the circles represent rabbits, or maybe they represent human beings, or maybe they represent deer. But the point is that this is a group of animals which herd together. It's a group of animals which herd together. And here's some important conjectures which I think are true. The old animals are found at the back of the group. The young animals are found at the front of the group. And then along the flanks of the group, we find the males. Now, why do I think all of this is true? It's a long story. We're not going to go into it here. But again, if we think of objects, if we think of animals which herd together into groups, like human beings do, like rabbits do, like deer do, like many animals do, if we can think of them herding into these groups, then I say, and if we then look at their average positions, I then think we can definitely say some things, which is that the old are towards the back, the young are towards the front, and the males are along the flanks. And this has some important consequences, because if you imagine a predator coming to this group of animals, the predator is always going to take animals from the periphery, which means either the predator will take the old, or it will take the young, or it will take the males. The women, by the way, are very cozy inside of all of this. But if we just think about natural selection, survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest seems to be a no-brainer once you hear the theory. It does. But I think there are some problems with it, because, look, if a predator comes to this group of animals, it might take the old people who are at the back, or the old animals, who are at the back. And in which case we can then say, okay, that's survival of the fittest. On the other hand, a predator might come to the front and take the young, but then it's less clear that that's survival of the fittest. It kind of might be if the young are ridiculously weak, but it might not be. So that's a problem. But then also, if the predator comes to the flanks and takes a male, I'm not sure that is survival of the fittest. And by the way, this already from reality. Already from reality, because if you just think about hunters in an ancient tribe, right? If you think of an ancient village on planet Earth, it is the most brave men and the most strong men and the most fit men who go out to do things like hunting and fighting with other tribes. And it is therefore the bravest men and the strongest men and the fittest men who inevitably get killed. So I think that's a hole in the whole survival of the fittest theory. I think that's a hole. Because from the perspective of human beings, we know that it is often the strongest men and the bravest men and the fittest men who end up being killed. And because I believe that a group of animals put together will form this structure where the males are on the flanks and therefore more likely to be eaten by predators, I do think the same applies to all animals, in fact. So I don't like the concept of survival of the fittest, even though at one point I thought it was no-brainer. Because although at times it might be the oldest members of the tribe who are taken by predators, I think it, and although sometimes it might be the young, and that might be in line with natural selection, oftentimes it's the strongest, fittest, most courageous males who get taken, and that is not in line with survival of the fittest. If you're asking me how I know about this or where I conjecture all this idea is that the old are at the back of the group of animals, the young are at the front of the group, the males are on the flanks. It's a long story, but I'm just telling you because it's interesting. I'm giving you a taster session. Let's just move on. Okay, so as I've tried to say, we can think of a collection of rabbits as being an object. We can, a group of rabbits as an object, a group of human beings as an object, a group of bees as an object, a group of fish as an object, a group of deer as an object. And this object is orbiting the Earth. It's orbiting the Earth. And because it's orbiting the Earth, it has a shape, and this is related to how it orbits. Now, two shapes that the group of animals might take on is a shape like a triangle, or a spearhead, an arrowhead. So the group of animals might have a shape like an arrowhead, or it might have a shape like a circle. And the reason this happens is when a group of animals has a shape like a circle, so the animals, the animals together form a circle, they herd together into a circle. When that happens, it happens because they're orbiting very slowly. And that might be it might be that the streams running through them are going very slowly. But one way or the other, they are orbiting the Earth in a very slow fashion. Whereas when the group of animals are orbiting at a very fast rate, they spread out like this. They elongate, and we get this sort of arrowhead configuration. And the point is that when a group of animals is in an arrowhead configuration, we might call that healthy. That's a bit subjective, but we might call that configuration healthy. And when the group of animals are forming a circular shape, we might call that stagnant. Now, an example, I think, of where the animals might cluster together to form a circle would be bees. And the reason I say that is that ultimately bees, I think, are a very stagnant society because they have this system where the queen bee is everything. They have this system where the queen bee is at the center of the circle and she is everything. Animal groups, on the other hand, who have this arrowhead formation, these groups are different, and they are led at the point of the arrow. They are led by an alpha male who basically dominates the entire group. So the triangle, the arrowhead, has an alpha male leader who dominates everything. The circular group of animals has a queen bee or a queen female who dominates everything. So this circular group of animals is matriarchal, I guess. Is that what you call it? Well, yeah, it's matriarchal, but with like a queen bee. Whereas this triangular arrowhead is, this group of animals that form the arrowhead is probably patriarchal, or more than that. It's got like an alpha male that dominates the group. And by the way, if we take if we take a village of humans or even a town of humans, and we examine the shape, it will, we can then make some inferences from it. And the shape tends to change over time. And when you get cycles, in civilization, you get cycles of decline and fall, and then a new civilization is born. And when a civilization is in decline, the people tend to group together in a circle. And when the civilization is on the up, they tend to group together in a triangle. Now, am I saying necessarily that everything in reality works out in these perfect shapes? No, probably not, because there's probably other interfering factors going on. But as a basis for governing your thinking, I think these ideas are really good. Although I will say they're just conjectures, but what I want to say is if you organize society into these groups where maybe they're triangular shaped or circle shaped, and where maybe you have the old at the back, the young at the front, and the males on the flanks, if you do it like that, so many things, oh my God, so many things make sense. But some of you might be saying, Thomas, I want more proof that this is true, or I want you to tell me why this is true. But we don't have time for that. We just don't have time. But I'm just trying to give you an insight, a taster. Polar bears. Okay, let me just see how many slides I've got, because I'm getting tired now as well. We don't have much. We really don't have longer to go. Polar bears. This is the last topic. Why is it that if a brown bear goes to the Arctic, he develops a white fur? What happens? What's going on? Oh my God, it's so bloody easy. Let me just take a drink of water. It's so bloody easy. Here's my contention. What does it mean for an object to be white? It means that it's giving out a lot of light. Why is it giving out a lot of light? It means that the atoms, or the electrons in the atoms, are very free. So if we have electrons which are very free and very loose, they can easily jump up and release some light, and then they jump down again. And in releasing a lot of light, the object appears to be white. Why is an object dark? An object is dark because the electrons in the atoms of the object are very tightly held. So they can't jump up very, very easily. So they don't jump up much, so they don't give out much light. So we have a dark polar bear, a brown polar bear, who enters the arena of ice. It's basically ice everywhere. So why is it that over time the brown bear might become a white bear? Well, it's just fucking simple. It's neutralization. And I don't even think you have to invoke my concept of neutralization to understand this, because all we're saying is that you're putting an object, a brown bear, into an environment where he is surrounded by ice, the atoms of which have electrons which are ridiculously loose, which are kind of jumping all over the place. Whereas if we look at the atoms in the brown bear, the electrons are very tightly held, and they can't really move all over the place. So is it not, for the same reason that if you put an ice cube in boiling water, it melts, surely to God, it is not within the bounds of impossibility that the excitement that the electrons in the ice have is transferred to the electrons in the bear. And by the same token, maybe the excitement that the electrons in the ice have is a little bit dampened down. And so in this process, the electrons on the bear start going a bit crazy and start jumping up a bit more and a bit more. And so they end up releasing more light, and thus the polar bear starts to appear more white. Is that not true? And at the same time, by the way, the ice starts to appear more brown or more black. But since the ice is like a big thing, a big object, you're probably not going to notice that to such an extent. So that's my theory of why the brown bear, when it enters the Arctic, becomes white. And some of you might say, well, okay, in one generation, the bear might develop a few white hairs via this process. Okay, fine. And then at some point, because of the surface area to volume problem, the bear will split in two. And because the bear is just splitting in two, that means the baby bear, it will also have some white hairs, because it's literally the same object as the the mother bear. The mother bear splits in two and becomes a mother bear and a daughter bear. And that daughter bear, being the same object as the mother bear, will inherit some of the white hairs. And then this process just keeps going until eventually all the polar bears, all the brown bears have become white. If the brown bears stay in the Arctic long enough, they will just become white via this neutralization process. And if it needs generations to happen, well, then that can happen, because we know that the babies will always, being essentially the same object as the mother, because the baby is the same object as the mother's just splitting in half, the baby will inherit more or less the newly acquired white fur of the bear. And by the way, I don't think polar bears really have predators, so we don't have to worry about that. They've got all day to turn white. But that said, some of you, some of you might say, but what if the polar bears have predators? So let's just recast this example, and let's suppose we're talking about brown rabbits which move to the polar regions and become white. But of course, brown rabbits do have predators. For example, there might be a white Arctic fox on the scene. So let's now bring in this to our scenario. So in this picture here, I've shown you, okay, the circles resemble rabbits, which are in a group together. All the rabbits are now living on the ice, but if we just go above the dotted line, we get into the territory which is covered in brown rock. That's the territory from which the rabbits have come. And that's, they were living in that territory. That's why they were brown. Then they stepped over the dotted line and onto the ice. And because they're onto the ice, to a greater or lesser extent, they have become white. So these rabbits here, which are still quite near to the brown rock, they are largely, they're still largely brown, but they've got a few white hairs. On the other end of the spectrum, these rabbits on this side are purely white. And then, these rabbits have still got a bit of black on them or a bit of brown on them. And these rabbits here are sort of mixed. So that's what happens. The brown rabbits come to the ice, they neutralize with the ice and start becoming white. But in this case, we also have to worry about the arrival of a predator, which is a fox, which is going to eat one of these rabbits. Now, first of all, from what we learned before, when the fox arrives on the seams, it will eat one of the rabbits on the periphery. But that's a bit weird, because, okay, these rabbits on this periphery are very brown, but the rabbits on this side are very white. So why is it that the predator fox will go for the brown rabbits on this side? But I think this is easy to understand, and it's because that, by the way, this is one of the perversities of being eaten. Because if we think about being eaten in terms of the laws of physics that I mentioned earlier, what really happens is that there are atoms in a rabbit that want to go into the mouth of the fox. So there are certain atoms in the rabbit that want to go into the fox, because if it joins the fox, it's part of a bigger object. This is one of the perverse things of eating or being eaten, is that your own atoms betray you. Your own bloody atoms betray you, and they want to go and join the bigger object, which is the predator. The thing is, however, so what I'm saying is that these brown rabbits on this side, there are atoms in that brown rabbit that want to get into the predator's mouth. And there are atoms on this rabbit, this white rabbit on this side, which want to also go into the predator's mouth. But there are more such atoms in the brown rabbit. There are more such atoms in the brown rabbit because, having neutralized completely with the ice, the white rabbit lost a lot of its want-away atoms. Whereas the brown rabbit on this side, having not neutralized with the ice in any serious way, has more atoms that want to run off with some other object. And when the predator arrives, that's why it chooses to eat the brown rabbit. It's not really choosing anything. It's just the brown atom, the brown rabbit has more atoms in it that want to jump into the mouth of the predator, based upon the fact that the brown rabbit has not undergone the neutralization process with the ice that the white rabbit has. However, I do believe that explanation works. But that said, some of you might have questions. Let's just put it like that. I think we're going to wrap up very quickly now. Let me just have a look at my notes to see what else I quickly wanted to say. Yes. I think, by the way, when I was talking about that triangle, the group, when I was talking about the animals who form a group which is triangular shaped, I think the silverback gorilla might be an example of a group of animals which are, dominated by an alpha male. But anyway, let me just read this. Dun, 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 dun. There are more atoms in the brown rabbit that want to enter the mouth of the white. Yes, done that. Yes. Yep. Let me just come then. So, by the way, if you want to ask a quick question, my God, it's late. It's 9:30 already. If you want to ask a quick question, thanks to everyone for tuning in, by the way. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it, because without you there in the audience, I would be very, very worried that there was some kind of technical problem would go on and I wouldn't know about it. So thank you for being there in the audience. It's very reassuring. If you have a question, you can put that in the chat now. Let me just finish off. This thesis is not finished. I want to make that clear. So everything I presented today, I've done it to try and prove to the world that I'm not completely stupid. And I think some aspects of this thesis are interesting, but it's a long way from being finished. It will not be finished for another 20 years, or maybe 15, maybe even just 10. But I think probably more like 15. But let me come back to the point I was making at the beginning, because I believe it was Max Planck who said that science advances one funeral at a time. What he meant by that is, because I think at the time, Einstein, who was, the bigwig scientist of that era, he had got himself into such a position of power that he could basically rubbish the work of up-and-coming physicists who had new ideas, which were ultimately better than his, dare we say that. But the point is that Einstein didn't let these people breathe. And, the new wave of scientists, which I think was people like Max Planck and Niels Bohr, their ideas were not listened to, even though they probably understood things like, well, in the case of Niels Bohr, he understood quantum physics better than Einstein did. And Einstein was a stick in the mud when it came to quantum physics. And the point of all of this is what Max Planck was getting at, is that in order for the ideas of Max Planck or Niels Bohr to succeed, they basically had to wait for the likes of Einstein to simply die. And when he died, they finally got their moment in the sunshine. And that's, by the way, that's very depressing. That's very depressing, because you'd like to think, I like everyone, I like Einstein. So I don't like to see him acting in that way. And also, you'd like to think there's like an independent panel of scientists who will arbitrate these disputes and say, you might be a great guy, Einstein, but it's time to allow some of these ideas from Niels Bohr. or Max Planck or whoever it was. Don't quiz me on the details. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen like that. It's so that's one negative thing. It's negative that up and come, the scientists who have got the new ideas have to wait a certain time before their ideas are accepted. And in this process, it's not like Einstein ever relented and said, okay, you might be right. I mean, that's a very depressing thing, that the older scientists don't ever admit. I'm not making this about me, by the way, just to be clear. My thesis won't be presented for 20 years. This is not some whinge. I'm not whinging about my thesis not being accepted because I haven't fucking presented my thesis, and I won't be presenting it until 20 years. So this is not about me. Let me just make this clear. I'm not playing a violin here. Generally not, because I'm not presenting my thesis for 20 years. But here's the thing. The point is, I am playing a violin for Niels Bohr and Max Planck, that they had to wait this process out. So that's one depressing thing in and of itself. But it's even more depressing. There's an even more depressing corollary to all of this. And that is that who is to even say then in the end that Niels Bohr or Max Planck was correct? Because it's kind of just like whichever tyrant is in charge, they're correct. And then when that tyrant dies, another tyrant comes on the scene, and their opinions are correct. Because if when Niels Bohr or Max Planck finally made it, if we are saying there was a select committee group of neutral scientists who checked everything and said, yes, you Niels Bohr are correct and you Max Planck are correct, where was that select committee group in the time of Einstein? So now I don't even think what I think happens, unfortunately, in science, and this goes for all intellectual arenas as well, is that simply someone comes along with an idea, eventually they get power, and so promulgate that idea, and then they die. And then someone else comes along with their idea, and they gain power, and so they promulgate their idea. But it's very unfortunate that we do not have a system where there's kind of these independent arbiters who look at all the work on offer and decide what is good or bad and what is true is not true. It's unfortunately not like that. It's just kind of like one dictatorship after the other. Because part of the problem at the high end of physics but also in things like mathematics, and I saw this firsthand, there is no one cleverer than the people doing the research, and often the people doing the research are so much cleverer than anyone else that no one can even know if they are geniuses. I saw this in mathematics. The geniuses in mathematics are so clever that no one even knows, no one can even judge if they are really clever. Do you see what a problem that is? That's why I got so annoyed with Grigory Perelman, because Grigory Perelman was lucky enough to have a select committee of neutral mathematicians who not only decided that he was a really good mathematician, they managed to wangle some funds for him and give them, and he didn't care. I mean, imagine how many great intellectuals over the years, in maths and physics and elsewhere, came up with great ideas, and there was nobody on hand to say that's a great idea, let alone to give them a bunch of money. Grigory Perelman was lucky enough to get the recognition and the money, and he didn't want it because he's so clever or something. Absolutely bloody ridiculous. But I think that what I'm trying to say is, right, I'm saying I'm going to present my thesis in 20 years when it's finished. And ideally, I would like there to be a panel of independent experts who might judge it. But I doubt that will be. I think what will happen is, by 20 years' time, the current wave of scientists, a lot of whom are neo-Darwinists, who will probably not like my thesis, by the time I come to present my thesis, the most neo-Darwinists will be dead. And there'll just be a vacuum. And so I will be able to say, oh, there's my thesis. And very possibly everyone will say, yeah, that makes sense. Not because it does, not because they're going to peer review it in the most stringent way, but just because, you know, the neo-Darwinists will be dead and my ideas will seem like a good idea. You know, so, you know, and that's the thing, because half the time, you think of the work of Einstein, half the time, the reason Einstein's so popular is because he's got the Gibbs, he's got the magic tricks. He can turn up to a party and, you know, before, you know, tell people at the party, hey, have you thought about this? He's got that kind of, you know, the theory of relativity has got that kind of simplicity and entertainment factor to it. And actually, I think there's something of that in my work. So that's what I'm saying. Einstein was able to sell his theory to the world. And in some ways, I think that is important. Can you sell your theory to the world? Does it have some nice ideas in it? And that is what determines whether a theory will become popular or not. You know, as Darwin's theory, some of Darwin's theory is very captivating. There's some features in it which you can kind of explain and people think, yeah, I get it. I see what he's saying. Isn't that crazy? And so that's what I'm saying. Sadly, it's probably true that's why certain theories take off. And it's not because I would love someone to come along and check all my work one day. I'd love to present my thesis to a panel of experts. I fear, however, that won't happen, and that when the time comes to present my thesis, you know, I'll just do a few crazy things where I'll say, "Ooh, isn't you know, don't you realize why, you know, the reason that polar bears turn white, or the reason that brown bears turn white in the Arctic region is because of electrons. It's about electronic neutralization." And that might be enough of a gimmick to sell my theory to everyone, rather than a group of learned elders go through every aspect of my thesis and demand answers to every bit of it. But anyway, enough. If there's any questions, let's do those now. But otherwise, we're going to round up. That's 4 hours and 6 minutes. I knew it would be a long one. I didn't tell you. Green Fairs 121 says, ask Jeff Gurepier to assess your thesis. Well, as I said, the thesis isn't finished and won't be presented until 20 years' time. That said, it's not impossible that JF will pick up on my videos, because he did do that once. You know, I'm not really in a position to present it, but, you know, then again, you know, maybe I'm not. Well, I'm saying I'm not in a position to defend my thesis, but I can certainly defend certain bits of it that came up today. You know, everything that I've talked about, I can defend on some level. So, you know, and that's the thing, is that if you do go public with your ideas, you do have to then expect that there might be some criticism, or some people might want to know more about this, that, and the other. So, yes, I'm aware of that. Let me see then. So let me just go up. Let me just. Georgina is asking why I call Einstein and not Einstein. That is because I am what's the word? I'm just such a pompous person that I like to show off the fact that I know the German pronunciation, even though my German pronunciation is very bad and I don't do it on other words. But I like to talk about Einstein, you know. Someone else is asking that question as well. Let me just see. I think we're going to wrap up. Someone asked, do we get a certificate? Yes, you passed my course on stream theory. Well done. Well done, Georgina. You'll get a certificate. Greenfez says, does Thomas know his YouTube chat can't award him a doctorate? We're not qualified to do so. I know. It's sad, but I get it. I get it, mate. It's not possible. Listen, I think I better run. I'm sorry that I haven't had time for any interaction with the chat whatsoever. I didn't know this was going to go on a long time, although I thought it might be less than 4 hours. But anyway, anything. I think I think we will leave it there unless when I come down there are any more questions. Greenfez calls me a pedant. Yes, well, I don't think that was the word I was looking for. The reason I say Einstein is not because I'm a pedant, because I'm really not a pedant. That's the thing. No, it's what's the word? When someone shows off, not neurotic. Oh, when someone when someone's got delusions of grandeur and they, I can't think of the word. And after 4 hours of talking, my brain's dead. Yes. Yes, I don't think I'm on a Chromebook. I died from COVID-19, but maybe I am. I'm not an exhibitionist, Green Fez. No, come on. What is it? What do you call someone who sort of gives themselves airs and graces? And I can't remember, and we're boring the audience, so I'm going to give up. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in. Thanks very much for listening. And as I say, it's necessary to have you there through these long streams, because if there was a technical error or the sound went down, I'd need to know about it ASAP. Otherwise, if I made this stream alone and then published it later on, if I did it that way and there was sound difficulties, I might end up wasting 4 hours of my life. Instead, I have not wasted 4 hours of my life. I wasted 4 hours of your life. So thank you very much to everyone in the audience for allowing me to waste 4 hours of your life. Take care. Enjoy your day. Enjoy the World Cup. Thanks very much for listening. Ciao, ciao, guys.